So good morning, everyone. Let's start with the stand-up today. Let's start with Stanley or Shanjita. Let's start with the stand-up. Shanjita, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can
Yes.
Where
hear
is
you.
where is everybody?
It is in the morning. Everybody's kind of
I
tired.
know, right? Okay. How about Parveen?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I did really I did not practice at all last week. You know, I was really busy. So yeah, I'll still like after the class, Sunday class, I only tried once and I had some issues. I'll share my screen with you so you can tell what I'm missing. I tried to run, it's not running, it's not working. And I'm still watching the video every day.
Yeah, sounds good. Do you want to pass it to somebody else?
Okay. I think Raju, yours.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. It was a very busy day for me too. Actually, I could not submit the homework, and hopefully I'll try to complete the homework by today or tomorrow. So I also have some issues I could not complete. So that's it. Thank you, and over to Stanley.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I couldn't talk when I was requested it the first time. Yes, good morning from Stanley. And yeah, I also, I think it was busy last week, and me too. I did the scanner code that was taught and last week. So yeah, I tried to do something like the code, but I couldn't manage time. But this week I have some plan to the code. Yeah, definitely I'll do that one. So yeah, all of hope for the best. And next to history.
Yeah, Chisti won't be able to talk. That's okay. You can pass it to somebody else. How about Loretta?
Loretta, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, yeah, I didn't do any homework yet. And yeah, this is last week was busy with my kids and a lot of stuff going on, last minute issues. So I didn't do anything or watch any videos. Planning to do it this week, so I don't have any plan. So I'm gonna do this week all the leftover homework. And I don't know, is anybody left?
I guess
Sanchita? Is
Sangita
there
joined.
Shantita? Oh,
Yeah,
Sangit? Okay, I don't know. Okay,
Sangita
yeah,
joined
she
as
can
well.
maybe. Hmm.
Sangita, can you hear me? You are muted. Okay, how about Shanjita?
Good morning. So I went in the kitchen for a minute or two. So I joined the class last week, and my bag was my other job, and I was waiting for the Thursday night, and there's no message, so I thought the class canceled, and I'm going to do the class today, and tomorrow I will be leaving 1 hour early, means around 10 o'clock my time. So it's 11 o'clock.
Sangita, is your mic still working?
Okay, Stan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's a little buzzing though. Still better than nothing.
Okay, so now is it okay?
We hear a lot of fussy buzzing noise while you're speaking, but I can still hear you. Yeah, not the best mic.
Okay, is it okay now?
Still kind of static in the back
Is
end.
there any
But
echo?
let's maybe get started, and that's okay. You go ahead and unmute yourself. You should be able to still ask questions with this. Folks, before I start the class, I have to set this straight with you guys.
Yeah,
Couple of
it
things.
could open in my post machine, and probably it should.
Okay, just stand by, Chisti. Please stand by. No worries.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Please mute yourself now. It's very, very important that you as
Yeah,
a quality assurance analyst and QA automation engineer understand that you are the quality. You are like the role model. Okay. You have to be the person who others sort of embody and follow. So being on class on time is like number one thing. And take a look at this. I mean, I woke up today at maybe like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I've been planning and reviewing the materials and make some changes to the class, to the website, and plan out things and review my old videos. As a matter of fact, sometimes I need to do that to see if I'm on the right track or not. Uh, I've been doing that ever since 7 o'clock in the morning, and here I am. I mean, it's Saturday morning. I could be just resting and do this late, but it's very important that we hold ourselves to that kind of standard. And if we don't, we're not going to be successful. You are not going to be successful. You, as a quality assurance, you are expected to be top-notch quality. Because if you're not quality, what quality are you going to uh, provide to your company? So when you get that job, when you go to that work, you have to be on time. That's what my supervisor told me. I mean, in my workplace, I see people, developers come in late. Um, they, they don't have any timetable. They're not consistent and stuff. And I was like, okay, that's really good. Maybe I can just kind of relax and come in anytime I want to, and so forth. But what my supervisor told me that, hey, even though everybody else is coming in late to work and they're kind of relaxed and stuff, and they don't have to answer to anybody, but you are not the same because you are quality assurance automation, test automation engineer. You are the quality. You have to demonstrate quality, not just in analyzing and finding bugs, finding errors in developers' code, but you also have to show in every angle that you are the best. So you have to come in on time. If you don't come in on time, people are not going to take you seriously. And then that kind of, the way he explained it to me is sort of stuck with me. And I was going in like 30 minutes, 45 minutes late to work because I saw that developers are not there. I can't even do anything, and I can't ask them questions. They're still probably sleeping. They would come in around 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then stay till like 5 or 6 sometimes. So I would go in at if I went in at 8 o'clock, my day is going to be ending at 4 o'clock. I want to come home at 4 o'clock. I don't want to stay late if that's the case. So I was thinking maybe I'll just go in closer to 9 o'clock like the developers do, and then come home closer to 5. But he put it down for me that no, you should go in at 8 o'clock to show that hey, you're quality assurance person and you follow the rules. And if you do that, then that's going to send a statement to your colleagues who are the developers that this we better take this guy seriously, because and we better code our stuff seriously, because he is consistent, that he's serious, he's going to catch issues. So I urge you that the number one thing, sometimes we have technical difficulties and stuff like that, but you as a student and you wanting to be a quality assurance automation engineer, you need to be here in front of your computer 30 minutes before the class starts, which is closer to 8:30. And then you need to check to see if you have some other windows open. Sometimes you may have not shut down your computer, didn't restart. If you didn't do that, then what's going to happen is some of your applications are not going to work. So you may need to restart your computer. That takes a few minutes. After you restart, you may open up your Google Chrome, and one day you find that you can't find the website that you need to go to log into class because something happened. Maybe someone else logged into your computer with some other username. Well, that's going to take some time for you to log out, go back into your own account in Google, and then find that online class. Whatever that might be, it's going to take you some time. It's going to throw things off every time. And even it throws me off every time I try to log in, and the last minute, I can never do it. So what you should be doing is at least at 8:30, you make sure that you go in and log in and everything else works so far so good. Then you step away from the computer and wait for 9 o'clock class to start. You get yourself some coffee and come back and so forth, but you are all ready and you're good to go. Now, any time wasted after 9 o'clock, understand that all the other students are standing by. Their time is important. They have job to do. They got family to do. Uh, and it's just not fair for anyone's login issues to get in the way of the class time, because then they have to miss the class and then come back and watch the video that takes up a lot of time. So it's absolutely not fair at all, and does not demonstrate a quality that a quality assurance test automation engineer should have. So next class from now on, please be there. Please be there before 9 o'clock. And we want to get started sharp at 9 o'clock. And then, it might happen that if you do join class late, you might see me that I probably already started recording and then the class. Then you may have to rewind yourself on that video when that gets uploaded, and watch that starting part of it, because it is very important that you watch the starting part of it, because otherwise it's going to be like you don't have the foundation, and the entire class might seem kind of completely off for you, and that might also be a hindrance for your learning. So please do that. Next topic is, you guys are walking the road to get into a career field that you probably only dreamed of. You guys and myself, we did not go to university for computer science or uh, do any kind of technical stuff. These quality assurance engineers or these developers that work in the IT, they spend 4 years minimum in the college taking technical course like crazy. And they have to go through each professor, different professors with different attitudes and different class grades. 4 years of their time there with lots of struggles. And then they come out as an intro level, like they don't have any experience. Then when they get that job, it's a basic internship job. They get paid like any gas station workers. Sometimes they don't get paid at all for 6 months in that internship, but they do that. They learn the job. After 6 months, they may or may not get recommended for a full-time job. If not, they go for another internship somewhere. So that's another year. Think about that. Okay. So they do that, hit or miss, and then after 1 year, they get a recommendation saying, okay, you got a 1 year contract. So they get 1 year contract, they start working, and then company notices that, okay, this guy works done very well. How much do they get paid? Maybe $60,000, maybe $70,000 starting salary. Very little, because at this moment they have like 70, 80,000, maybe $100,000 credit card debt on university tuition. Okay. And then they do that for maybe 3, 4 years, and then they get to maybe $100,000, $120,000 as a mid-level developer and engineer. Okay, so that's in about like somewhere in 6 to 9 years of struggle to get to where they are going. You guys are going there in 6 months. In 6 months. In 6 months, you could be out there getting $100,000, maybe $120,000 with this career, and then never have to look back. Imagine that. Now ask yourself, compare yourself with those guys that spend 7, 8 years of their life to get to the point, get to the floor of that building, what they had to do versus what are you doing? I know we always complain, we got family, we got work. It's hard. Well, if you don't put that time, if you don't take that effort, even with all the struggles that you have in your life, you're probably going to have to take this course again with me in my next batch, because you're not going to be ready. I can tell you that you're not going to be ready. Starting today, the classes are going to really amp up, because the concept that I'm going to cover today, tomorrow, and next weekends, there is no looking back. So if you don't take the time to catch up with this stuff, you don't take the time to spend, you are going to fall behind and you won't be able to finish it. So you may have to retake this in the next batch, which is totally okay. But I'm just telling you, if your target is to be there in the market in March, apply for the job and get your job by the end of March, then you better amp up your game on this, because it's going to be hard. And you're going to see it today in today's class, how technical this thing gets. And you need to step up your game and be in part with it, because otherwise, how are you going to be that engineer? Just the word engineer is so powerful. It's a different level of people. It's a different level of class. It's a different level of intelligence. You're going to be making 5, 6 times more money than anybody working in that shopping center, anybody working in the mall, anybody working in the general offices. What does that make you? Why would companies pay you 5 times more than a gas station worker, than a shop salesperson? Because you are that smart, because you are that intelligent that a general people cannot do. Is it discriminatory? Of course, the world is discriminatory. Now, do you want to be in that club of intelligent people who makes $100,000? It's not easy. If you want to be in that club, it's not easy. It's hard. It's hard for me to come here and teach you guys. It's very hard for me. You spend how many hours? I spend more than that for teaching you. Because I got up here at 7 o'clock in the morning, preparation for this class. when I'm going to end the class with you, I'm going to spend 3 hours right after the class to compress the video, to grade your papers, to post all that stuff up. It's not worth it for me. I get $50, $60 an hour just to drink coffee in my work, attend meetings. It's much easier to do that than teach this class, but I do it because I want to see you successful. I want to see you get that job. And you need to get this job because this is your one life. This is your last chance. Okay, just like me. I'm not a young guy. I did this when I was like 40 years old. So this is your last chance, last hope. If you ever felt like that life did not give you what you deserve, then this is your chance. Take it, change it, and live that wonderful life that you always dreamed of by the time your life is over, because you only got one life. So anyway, I hope that really helped you to energize yourself, to really take this and spend all minutes and seconds around your life and all the struggles that you have with your family and your work to put in this and then benefit from it. Homeworks are not due until later, so if you wanted to do it this weekend, that's totally fine. But understand, if you did not finish the scanner homework, it's going to be very hard for you to even comprehend what is about to come right now. So it kind of scares me to jump into this and even talk about it. So, but anyway, we'll give it a shot and see where we are. I put it in a calendar for you. So if you went to your Google Classroom, and there should be a way for you to check a calendar. You might even get some notifications and emails. You will see that there's classes and stuff. If you ever wanted to check to see where you are and where you need to be, this calendar is going to show you. All these classes are posted right here. You will see these class titles and particular lessons on each day of the month. Assignment due dates. I'm moving the assignment due dates to Monday, so you can work on Saturday and Sunday and turn in, and I'm going to be grading it on Monday. So go ahead and take that time, no problem. But you need to get that done. I know weekends are the only times that we find sometimes. If you look at it, we're doing our classes till the 17th and 18th, and 2 weeks we have no classes for the holiday. That's going to be the week of the Christmas, the Saturday and Sunday, no class, and week of the New Year's Eve, which is 31st, and the 1st of the January, there's no class. No class there. All these classes have been posted. Okay, it's going to probably send you a notification in your phone. You're going to see a notification saying which class and what time. So that will just follow that. If you look at our classes go all the way up to February. Right here, this is the last class, which is lesson 32, API testing. After this last class, you are now on your own with me one-on-one. At this point, in these weeks, I'm going to work you on a different website. We give you access to that. It's a market website, and I have different kind of lesson structure that is self-paced, that you're going to be working independently and with my guidance. At that moment, you and that depends on who that is. So if you can make it up to this far, and I see you that you're doing your homework, I see that you can keep up, and I don't know, it could be all of you. It could be maybe one of you only, and the rest are gone. I really want to see that all of you are here until this lesson number 32. And I'm going to try my best to make it simple, make it easy as possible. But if you don't put that time and practice, I won't be able to teach you everything. Then after I teach you, it's going to be on you to put that, to make it happen. So at this point, when you reach this area, this February 18th, I hope nothing really breaks us from here. This should be pretty steady. These 2 weeks is enough for you to build a resume and go with me with the mock interview, making sure that you are ready. And I will review your resume, give it back to you. We'll clean it up and completely make you a awesome candidate with all the psychology that you need for that interview, what type of questions you're going to ask. I'm going to make that interview process very, very technical for you, so you know exactly what you have to do. And you can put your resume, upload it maybe end of February, so March. What we're looking at, if you can target this well, you're going to be receiving interviews. Let's say if we do March 1st, you're going to start getting calls Thursday, Friday, maybe take a week off because your phone is going to be ringing like crazy. Recruiters are going to jump on you because they just saw the fresh application and you want to try to land a job as quick as possible. So if you get like 30 calls, try to take like 10 calls and set up like 5 interviews on each day. Your emails are going to get filled up with job opportunities and you respond back to them through your emails. It's a long, very, very long process and it takes a lot of time. You're going to spend hours, hours, and hours talking to the recruiter. Sometimes it's going to happen like you're talking to a recruiter you can hear your phone is beeping saying that there's another call coming in. You look at that number, you save that number, you call that person back. It's going to be like a sprint that you're going to be running for. And I'll talk more about the strategies on that. Now, if you can set up some interviews here and interviews here, and you do this right, I promise you, you can land a job right here in this week, and maybe your start date is April 1st. Okay? That you give them 2 weeks of notice that I need 2 weeks notice of my current employer, and you can start April 1st if you do things right. Now, if not, then this could drag you a little bit longer, maybe a month or 2 months or so, and then you land a job and then start there. Okay, so that's perspective we're looking at. Feel free to look into the calendar and keep yourself based up. Right, so today's lesson is called control statement. What is control statement? Control statement is a piece of code that will determine whether certain statements or code will be executed or not, and how they will get executed, and how many times. Okay. So all of this is part of this control statement. You're going to see several pieces of code here today. One is called if statement. And I'll expand on this. Sometimes they're called if else statement. Number 2 is switch case statement. Number 3, the concept of loops. And There's a fourth one, if I can get time enough to cover that. It's called ternary operator. So this is what we're going to do today. We're going to start with the if statement, show you how that works. We'll show you examples of switch case, show you how we loop it, and finish it off with the ternary operator. And then we'll stay after class if anybody needs assistance with their homework that they had issues on. Now, why do we need this in test automation? Let's take a look at the website. Imagine you are going to be testing this Priceline. So what your code needs to do is your code needs to open up this website. And I will show you how to do that in Selenium first class, which is Intro to Selenium, in a few weekends, how to open this up. When you open this up, let's say you make a reservation in Houston, or you search for hotels in Houston. You set specific date, and then you find your hotel, which I will show you how to make those clicks with Java and Selenium. It's very, very easy. And you do same repetitive code all the time, just like you did system out and you print out stuff, same thing. When you get to this point, suppose you are validating whether this panel display or not with 3 hotels. And you need to pass or fail your test based on whether these 3 hotels display or not. So you need to check in here, you need to go in here and then call the name of these hotels like Comfort Suites, Best Western, and Sonesta. Obtain these names from the website, which also I'll show you how to get using your code. And then pass or fail it based on if these hotels show up. So that's where that if come in. Now, tomorrow, a different hotel set may be displaying. It could be Hilton, Ritz, and Intercontinental. So your code is going to go in here and pull those hotel names. Once you get those hotel names, you're going to compare. You're going to check to see if it's Comfort Suites. If it's not Comfort Suites, then you fail the test. That's where you need that decision, whether do I want to fail it or not. That's where that if control statement come into play, where you get to control whether you want to fail or not. And that's going to be that control statement. Now, similar situation can be done with switch case. I'll show you that. Loop is where you want to keep checking something. You want to keep repeating a certain thing over and over. You're going to need the loop idea, which sometimes what happens is you're going to need loop to get the hotel name right here. You're going to have to use that same loop of one line of code. Let's say a line of code gives you the hotel name right here. You can use that same line of code with the loop statement without rewriting the code. It will loop through, meaning it will go through a circle. Loop is a circle. And pick up all the hotel names from here. And pick up this one, and keep on going all the way till it hits the end, and then gives you all the hotel names. And then you can then check to see, okay, do these hotel names exist in this list of hotel names that I just got or not? So that's an idea of why you need that loop statement in Java. You need to learn that. Now, I'm not going to give you concrete example of this today, but when you get to Selenium, we're going to have a test case where you actually really use that loop to pick up all these hotel names, put it in a list, and then compare the list to see if, let's say, Hilton Houston Post Oak Hotel exists or not, and then you pass or fail based on that with that if statement. So the if statement and this um, loop statement is very, very essential for you to be a test automation engineer, and that's what we're going to cover today. Let's take a look at what we have. So here, if you look at the control statement, it starts with a video from the old class that I had. It has a homework for you to do. So in this homework, what it's asking you to do is create a basic calculator. And what it does, it asks you to take a number from the user, first number and second number, so two numbers from the user. And the third statement says take an operator or operation from the user. So user is going to write a first number, second number, and provide what they want to do with it. Either add, subtract, multiply, or divide. So once the user writes all this and then writes the add or subtract, multiply, or divide right here, your program is going to take those two numbers, store it somewhere, and then based on what the user wrote, let's say if the user wrote multiply, based on that fact, your program is going to take those two numbers, multiply it together, and then print it out like this. It's going to say the multiplication. Instead of saying the sum, difference, or division, it's going to say exactly multiplication. Basically, you're going to system out print that whatever the user entered, you enter that. You print that right there. And then whatever you calculated based on the multiplication, you enter it right here. Okay? So you do that. You should be able to do that. The other part is, you will notice here, it says, if the user enters anything other than core operations, so if user enters something not listed here, request for correct operation 4 times, you're going to loop through or circle back and ask him again. You're going to say, hey, you did not enter proper operation. Go ahead and do it again. Here's another chance. So you keep on doing that like 4 times. If 4 times the user keeps messing around with your program, you then end the program with any message of your choice. You could just say, sorry, you have given 4 tries, but the input that you provided is not accurate. Come back, try again. Something like that. Okay. I'll give you some examples in today's class to show you how to build that. Oh, we're going to do all that. You will see under the tools section, all your notes, whatever I'm giving you in here, it's going to be also covered in here. The syntax of all of this is written up, so you can come back and use this as a notes. The examples that I'm going to cover in the class are right here. I'm not going to cover all of them, but some of them that you're going to need. The example, after I cover them, whatever I'm going to be coding in my Eclipse is also posted here. I'm not going to do much difference. So these codes are what I'm going to show you today and explain to you how they work. So they're also there. These are the class names. Example 1, that's how I'm going to name the classes. Example 2, and so forth. So all of that material is also in here. If you find yourself really that you need more challenges and you're one of those top kiddos, then go ahead and try to build these programs right here that are very relevant, and you should be able to build this based on what I teach you today and challenge yourself. That will be the extra practice if you wanted to do. Homework is posted on homework, the homework class in Google. By the way, I also gave you the answer to the homework. You guys are You guys are adults. You're not doing your homework to impress yourself or me or anybody. You're doing it just to prove that you know how to do this. Now, why did I post this here? What if anybody cheats and copies this and turns this in? Well, you turning in the homework and me giving you 100 doesn't make any difference in your life whatsoever. You can't brag about it. I can't brag about you. I'm going to brag about you when you get that job. When you get that interview, that's when I'm going to brag about you, not about the homework. So even though I posted the homework answer right here, it's there because I wanted you to look at it when you fail, when you tried your best and you did not succeed, and you're about to get really mad on yourself and you feel like, hey, this is not for me. Whenever those kinds of thoughts come in your mind, you look at it. You go in here and look at line by line and you see where you messed up a little bit, what you needed a little bit of a clue on, then take a look at it. Now, this is not one way to do the homework. This is there's no one way. You can do it any way you want to. Your code and my code is not going to be the same, but it's going to do the same thing. And you will see it when you start coding. You might find, oh, I did it this way and I can't, maybe I need to do it that way. No, that's not correct. Any way you start, I can finish your code, but it doesn't have to be exactly same. Tomorrow, if I try to code in the same homework, I may not code the exact same way. It would come out different, with different logic, with different operators, but it will do the same thing. So don't think that, oh, this is the right way to do it and I did it the wrong way. No, not at all. In fact, when I'm going to have that Thursday evening homework review class for this, I am going to show you that however way you started, I can go in there and finish that with a simple code and tweaks if you get stuck. Now, if you really put the time and effort and you keep experimenting, and this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and you try to tweak it here and you try to fix it there, first you tell yourself that you are actually doing what a QA automation engineer does. Because I don't write test cases that pass the first try, nope. Second, no. 30, 40 times I have to run that and tweak it and then run it again and then tweak it. And then this fails and that fails, even to this day, after 4 years of working for this company. And I know this happens to even everybody, including my boss. And it's totally a normal process. Now, if that discourages you, then you're going to be walking that path of failure. Don't do that. Because if you're struggling, everybody else is struggling, and that's the normal thing, and that's the normal part of this career. So it is totally okay for you to struggle and feel like you're a failure. Don't let that move you away from this. Okay. So let's get started. Now, there are a couple of operators that you need to learn about in this particular class. And you may have also seen them before on our first class. We done this relational operators. And when you use them, it returns a true or false, a Boolean. So you've seen something like this with two equal sign. This is what you use if you want to use the word equal in math. Don't use single equal sign. It's two of them. And then there is, if you want to say not equal to, you put an exclamation mark and then equal to. This stands for not equal to. So let's get ourselves familiar with that. Then you have seen in mathematics, there's a less than symbol, You've seen greater than symbol. And if you put an equal sign next to them, it becomes to less than equal to. You can use those as relational operator. Less than or equal to. And greater than or equal to. Okay. What happens when you use these? When you use these, Java returns Boolean answer, meaning it's going to return either the word true or false. Okay, just know that much. And there is another operator called logical operator. And in logical operators, there's only a handful that you're going to be using with the if statement. Mostly I see it in the if statement. I don't see it anywhere else to build a condition. So here's going to be 2 shift 7 if you press this and symbol. So the way it's written is you press the shift button and plus the and symbol. What this does, this actually means and. And if you wanted to say or, you put this straight line like this twice. The way to write that is shift plus backward slash. And that in logical operator means or. And the other one is this exclamation mark. If you just use that, which is a shift 1 plus number 1, this basically means not. Or I want you to think of opposite. And I'll talk about why that I think that. So these 3 symbols, with knowing that, let's get started with our if statement. What is if? So if is going to break your statements into several sections, and you get to decide which code to deploy and which code not to deploy. So if else statement, how it's written. Here's the syntax. What you do is you write the if word, and inside the parenthesis, open, close. In here, you write the condition. Okay. This is like, hey, if you go to school, so if you go to school, and that go to school goes here, then you would be smart. And that would go into this open, close curly braces. Okay. So your block of code, I guess. And then you can have else if. Open, close parenthesis, go in here and put a condition. What is your condition? And then you can say if that condition is true, like let's say if you go to college, then you're going to get a college degree, and that then part goes into this curly brackets block of code, and then you put your block of code here that you want to execute. Okay. And then if you don't want to put a condition, let's say you have put all your conditions here, and then either those work or not. You want to finish it off, you could just finish it off with saying else and no condition, and have open, close parenthesis and put a block of code here. Okay. So what happens is Java is going to see this if word and immediately go into this condition here and check if this is true. If this becomes true, whatever that condition is, and you could put an equal sign, greater than symbol, less than symbol, your choice, doesn't really matter. You could put a string, dot equals ignore case, method, doesn't matter. You can put anything that works that will give you a true or false statement. If this comes out to be true, Java will go into this block and execute this code right here, whatever that is. If Java finds that this statement came out to be false, this condition came out to be false, that it's not true, but it's false, then Java is going to skip this entire piece of code or block of code and then move on to the next statement here. Okay. And Java is going to do the same thing. Look at this condition. If it's true or false, if it's true, it's going to execute this statement. If it's false, it's not going to execute the statement. And move on here. Now, if Java executes this statement, Java is going to skip everything else, meaning Java will also skip this and not execute because it already found one thing that it needed to execute and then move on to the next line. Let's see how this works. Any questions so far? Really clears up when you see an example. So I'm going to go in here, perspective, reset perspective, switch this up. Don't need the debug window. Close all this down. Close that, create a project. Interesting, it's not giving me that window. Java project, give it a name of Java control statement. And finish. Open perspective. In this control statement, I'm going to go in here and create a package called class practice. And create first class called example1. And add that public static void main and finish it. Now this question is basically example number 1, which is from here. So I'm going to copy this question, take user input and display whether it is positive or negative. Let's take a look at this. See how we're going to do this. So I'm going to go in here in this comment and put this question in here. And let's take 5 minutes break, come back, and I'll do this.
Stan, Stan, this is the break time. So can I talk to you right now?
He's not there. He's
Okay.
in the other room. Sorry.
Thank you, Rita.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get started here. So we got this question is asking, take user input and display whether it is positive or negative or neither. So first thing you have to figure out is like, what do we need to do for this? Do your planning. So for this particular task, you need a user input. So you could even break it down into further tasks like get user input of positive or negative. So you need some sort of like integer. right? You could say that I'm also going to need to compare. So, and then compare the input with 0 to see if the number is positive or negative.
So it's like being positive and negative is true and false.
Correct. It's going to give you true and false. And then after comparison, you could break it down into saying, okay, my step number 3 or C is print out or respond to the user what it was. Okay. So those are the 3 steps. So first you focus on step 1, and then step 2, and then step 3, and then that's how you do your coding. Now, we already know how to do our step 1 from the previous class, which is get user input of an integer. All right. So obviously, before you get anything, it's nice that if you ask the user to enter something, in that case, I would write sysout and say, enter any integer. Okay. You can make it as fancy as you want to on your asking the user. That's up to you. I'm just going to keep it simple for the class.
And before going further, can I ask one question? Like system output line, this ln is separate word or the same word together with the print?
Same word.
Yeah, because if it is the different word, then it should start from capital L.
Don't try to type it in yourself. If you try to type it in, you're going to make a mistake.
No,
Always.
I'm not trying to type it, but I'm just, for my curiosity, I'm asking that ln means line, so would it be the different word or the same word of print?
It's going to be either print or print ln. Print ln means it's going to give it a line. And if I take this ln off, it's going to work as no line. Probably a good idea to have no line on this one, because you want that user to enter right in here, not the next line. So I would change it to print. Okay. Almost there. We still need to get user input of integer. So before we get user input, who can tell me from last weekend's class, what do I need to write here?
We have to store some integer there in the memory so that it can revive when it is needed.
Correct. But for me to accept user input, what class do I need to start up?
Integer int int.
Scanner.
Oh, all right.
For me to take user input, I would need the help of the scanner class.
Yeah.
So scanner, we're going to call it input equals new scanner
system dot in. Semicolon.
Yeah. Now see, if you did your last week's homework, this would have been like engraved in you. This would be get you to that foundation of me taking you to one extra step, but not practicing throws you off a little bit. Hover over the scanner, import java.util scanner. Now you have this input as your variable that you can call any kind of method to take user input from the user. Next, Chisti is what you said is we need a storage first before we ask for it. So in that case, our storage
integer, then the integer name, equals
Okay, don't
int.
say it yet until I ask you, and also especially because unfortunately your mic is causing static and that's getting recorded. So
Okay,
just, yeah, let me ask you and then you can answer that.
all right.
So integer, you can just say a name user input, right? Now don't get confused with this input versus user input. This input and user input is not the same. This input word will give you all the power to get input from the user, versus this user input is a storage for you to store the user input. That's like this bucket that you just created. And this bucket is called that user input. And you're going to store that number in here. It has nothing to do with this word input. Okay. Two things are separate. Now you put an equal sign here. What are you going to store? And at this point, you can invoke this input word and put a dot, and that's going to give you a list of things that this can do. And because we're going to be using integer only, in that case, I would choose this one here. I would choose the next int, dot next int, this one. I double click on it and close that, and now I'm done. Any questions so far on this? So that first step, that get user from the input, is a 3-line code. First, you ask the user, you start up a class called scanner that gives you the power to get user input through this word called input.nextInt. And then you store that into a cabinet called user input. The type of is int. Now let's see what happens. Okay. If we run it and we debug it, and we put a breakpoint right here, hit the debug button, switch to the debug mode. Reset perspective. Executor is now on this line. If I run this, it's going to show up right here in the console. I can do step over. It says enter any integer. And if I enter, let's say 25, and hit the enter button, and then hit step over, it took that 25. And with this statement right here, if I execute, what it's going to do is it's going to take that 25 with this input.nextInt and then store it into user input, which is going to show up right here. So if I run this now, it shows user input has the value of 25 right now, and then goes to the next line and finishes off. That's all I did so far. So we're going to carry on with this farther. Now, next step is compare. I already got user input right here. Whatever the user is giving me is going to store in user input. What do I do with that is now this step right here. What am I going to do with it? So I need to compare what's inside it. I don't know what it is. It could be any number. But let's look at the question. Question is saying whether it is a positive or a negative number. So how do we decide what's a positive number? There's a couple of things you can do. One, you can compare this number right here, user input, whatever this is. So if you take this user input, and if this user input, whatever that number is, comes out to be greater than, or greater than 0, that tells me it's a positive number. What are some of the options, right? If that number comes to less than 0, user input less than 0, that tells me it's a negative number. Okay. What if it's not greater than 0 and it's not less than 0? What if it's just 0 is equal to 0? Then it's not a positive, it's not a negative, it's neither. Okay. So this part right here, you need to compare the user input and find any one of these 3 options right here. Now that you know that there are 3 different options right here, if first option is accurate, where say user input is greater than 0, you print out saying, hey, your number is positive. That's what you're going to say to the user back. If this is true, that whatever they entered is less than 0, you tell your user back that, hey, you gave me a negative number. If the user entered 0, you tell that user that, hey, you gave me neither, or the number that you provided is neither positive nor negative. Or you can even tell them that you entered 0, which is not a positive or a negative number. Your choice. But this is what the question is asking you to do. You check, compare, and then execute the code. Whenever you face a situation like that, you're going to have to use the if-else statement. So here's one way to do this. You can use the word if. The moment I write the word if, notice it lights up. That means it's recognizing. Immediately after you write the if, put an open bracket and a close bracket. In fact, if you press Shift 9, both of these show up at the same time, because the computer knows that you're going to finish it off with the bracket. So it gives you both of them. And then your cursor goes inside it automatically. Inside this parenthesis right here, you write your code of condition, one of these conditions, and then you print out whatever you want to print out. Okay, so every one of this is like an if condition right here. If condition, and then a block of code. If condition, and a block of code. So this first part, the condition part, is going to go right here. And then the block of code is going to be like this. Either positive. So imagine this. Imagine this piece right here. Like English is going to go in here. Okay, and this piece, that is a positive number that you're going to tell the user, it's going to go in here. With me so far? See how simple this is?
Yes.
Now, I am going to show you how to properly write it in Java so that it doesn't throw you an error. Java is throwing a whole lot of errors, like I don't understand what you wrote in here at all. Because Java only goes through simple words, not so much English word. Okay. But here, greater than 0, this whole thing does not make any sense to Java. You have to change that with the greater than symbol, like this. Now notice all this error is gone. Now he understands that he's going to take the user input, whatever that is, and compare with the 0 and give you an answer. This answer right here, if user input is in fact greater than 0, this whole answer is going to become true. If this is true, this condition is true inside this parenthesis, then Java is going to jump into this block of code and execute it. If this comes out to be false, then Java is going to skip executing this statement. That's all if statement does. So let's do that. Now, we wrote the condition. All we need to do is finish what we want to say now. What are we going to say? So if this becomes a true, input is greater than 0, we want to tell the user that this is a positive number, or you entered a positive number. What I like to do is I like to put this open close curly braces, put my cursor here. Instead of writing code here, which takes up a whole lot of line and I can't even see the end of my code, I like to put an enter. And this is the standard. Everybody puts an enter and then writes the code right here. Okay? It's the same thing. It's actually going to work if you write your code right here, but it doesn't look nice. So bring it down here. Put an enter, bring it down here. But you're going to notice that you have an open curly brace, a closed curly brace. If you miss that, it's going to throw you an error. This is the block of code Java needs to know. Where do I start? Where do I end? If this is coming out to be true. All right, what are we going to do? Print it out to the user that this is a positive number, or that is a positive number. Okay. We print it out, that is a positive number. All right. What happens if the user entered this situation right here? Whatever they entered is actually less than that, less than 0. Well, then you have to create another if statement for that particular situation. So in this case, you can either create a brand new if like this. That works too. You could say if user input, this time you take this, instead of greater, you use the less than symbol. You say, what if the number is less than 0? Then you have this open close curly brace, put your cursor there and hit an enter to create a space. And then you can say, I'm going to print out it's a negative number. So you copy that block of code, put it in here. Instead of positive, call it a negative number. Okay. Let's take a look at, let's run it so far before we do anything. Let's run it and see what happens. So we're going to debug this. It goes to this scanner part. Step over, waiting for me to type in the answer here. If I put in, let's say, 30 and then hit an enter, it goes to this piece of code where it's going to store the 30. Stepping over. Now it went in here. Okay. And it's going to do the comparison. It's going to take this 30 and replace this right here. And because 30 is greater than 0, this whole condition is going to become true. So watch this. I'm going to do a step over. Take a look at this. It's not showing up here that this whole thing became true or not. The other IDEs do that, but notice that the Java executor found this true and he went in right here. That means he's now ready to execute the statement. So if I run this, this is what's going to get printed out. So if I step over, it says that is a positive number. That means this line number 19 got executed. Hold on, I got to switch to a battery power. 1 second. Plug in. Sorry about that. Can you all hear me fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So now Java is on line number 21. Because line number 21, this condition is going to become false. User input is 30 is not less than 0. Java is going to completely skip this line and move to the next pieces of the code. So watch this. When I'm going to hit step over, it's going to skip that. It's not going to come to line number 22. So here's step over. It went all the way to line number 32 and it's ready to finish because it found this whole statement to be false and totally skipped this statement right here. Any questions so far?
No.
All right. What you can do is the proper way to do this, because you have a block of if else that are related together. It's nice if you put this if statement one step up here and write else if. If you say else if, that means you're telling whoever's reading your code that this is part of the same logical structure that you're looking at. And it's more readable, but it works both ways. If you did it the other way, it's not going to hurt you in any way. But this is the standard way of doing this, is you put this else with a space and write the if again. That makes the whole thing a piece of one particular related code. Now, let's try this code with a negative number or something smaller. Let's see how that works. So what if I run this again? Debug it and step over a couple of times. Gives me this. What if I put a negative 5 and then hit the enter? So now if I look at in my input right here, user input, I got negative 5 right here. Okay. So that negative 5, this gets compared right here. User input is greater than 0, or negative 5 is negative 5 greater than 0. This whole statement is going to come out to be false. Because this is going to be false, Java is going to skip this completely, this whole line completely, and move on to the next condition, and then see if that's true or false. So if I step over, notice that Java skipped line 19 and moved to line number 20. In line number 20, he's going to go in and compare is negative 5 less than 0. And if that's true, which is true, it's going to move into line 21. So if I hit step over, it moves to line number 21. He is now ready to execute the statement. If I hit step over again, he's going to print this. This is a negative number down here. So watch this, run it, and it says this is a negative number, and then he moved to line number 31. Now, what if I enter 0? If I run this and enter 0 here, it doesn't do anything because I did not put any condition here. But I can keep on running this every day and say I'm going to do 10 and hit enter. It's going to give me a positive number. That is a positive number. If I run it again and put negative 35, it's going to tell me this is a negative number. But I never added anything to say if the user added a 0, what's going to happen. So if I add a 0, nothing. So what you could do is, because a number either can be a positive or a negative or 0, in this particular situation, you already covered what if the number is greater than that, what if the number is greater than 0, less than 0, and if it doesn't fall under this any category, you really don't need to say any other condition. You could just say else. That means whatever not covered, if this condition is not true, if this condition is not true, then just go ahead and not even worry about anything and just do this piece of code. That's what that else stands for. So in this piece, I can just go ahead and copy this whole thing and write, you must have entered 0. Must have entered 0. Now if I run this, notice, let's debug it. If I debug this, continue. It's line number 10. Step over, step over, step over. Waiting for me to enter a number. If I put 0, it went to line number 18. Compared it, found as false. Skip this and go to line number 20. So watch this. Run. Went to 20. He's going to check user input. User input is 0 right here. And that 0 is less than 0. This will come out to be false. Skip this particular line and move right here. And he's not going to care what this is after checking these two. And then just go to line 23 and execute this and say, must have entered 0. Okay. What if I didn't enter 0? So what if I try to debug this? Let's see. Stop this one. I'm going to move this breakpoint from here to here now. Or here. Debug. Asking me enter an integer. I enter an integer, but I enter like, let's say 3. I hit the enter button. Step over, Java moves to line 18. He's going to take this 3, compare it with the 0. 3 is greater than 0. So Java is going to step into line 19. Line 19 got highlighted. Run it again. It's going to print this. That is a positive number. Notice that got printed. That is a positive number. He's still going to go to line 20 and check. If this comes out to be true, he's going to go in there again. Okay, but this is false. So therefore, he's going to skip that line, move to line 22. Watch this. He's pretty much skipped that line. Why did it go all the way down here? Let me explain. He skipped this line because it was false. And because he executed this already, he now will not execute this else statement at all. The else statement will get executed only when every one of these if statements came out to be false. If this was false and this was false, then this else statement is going to get executed. Okay. Any questions so far for this particular problem?
Oh yeah. So in else statement, do you need to write the condition before getting the output, like user's input is greater than 0 or smaller than 0, or user's input equals 0 or something like that? Do you need to write any condition?
No, if you don't have this else if statement, you don't have to add a condition. But to that idea, Steve, what if you said else if? You put that if statement. Now it's going to ask you, see, it's going to give you an error. The error is going to say syntax error, delete that, or put something there, meaning it's asking you to put a condition. Because whenever you write the if word, it has to follow with the open close parentheses and a condition inside. You could actually write user input and say user input equal to, and then say 0. Then it's going to check all 3 of them, and it's going to do the same thing. Watch this. If I debug it, I'm going to go in here, and it's going to ask me for a number. Let's say I put 0. and I hit enter. First, it compares whether the user input is greater than 0. This is false. So this is going to get skipped and moved to line 20. There you go. Now in line 20, checking whether user input is less than 0. Well, it's 0. 0 cannot be less than 0. So this is false. He's going to skip that and move to line 22. Now the Java is on line 22 and checking if the user input is equal to 0, which will come out to be true. So he's going to jump into this line 23. Watch this. There you go. He's in line number 23. And now if I execute that, that line will get printed out. Must have entered 0. Make sense? Any question?
One question, please.
Yes.
All this logic should be within the same curly brace.
Correct. If now, yes or no? What do I mean? What if you did not want to have this at all? And you take this whole chunk and you put it right here. What's going to happen is Java is going to check this, and let's say you don't have any if or any curly brace in here. This statement will always get executed. Watch this. If I debug, terminate the old one, terminate, and it's right here, enter a number. Let's say I entered 5. Run it. Flip over. Where did it go? Maybe I need to start over. 5, enter. Something is wrong here. Stop. Just run. 5, enter. Look what happened. I entered 5. This 5 was that user input. He compared 5 was greater than 0, so printed out this. This is a positive number, which is this. But because this piece of code wasn't in the if statement block, that means Java is now not going to be smart to even compare anything. Java just went to line number 24 and said, I don't even care because he didn't tell me. I'm just going to go ahead and run this code, and that code is must have entered 0. So this must have entered 0 got printed out right here. So what we really should be doing is we should say else and make it a part of this whole logical system. And if I don't put an open and close curly brace, then Java doesn't know where do I start for this logic and where do I end for this comparative logic. And in that case, if I run it now and continue, put number 5 and hit enter, it's only going to say this is a positive number and skip this line and also skip this line. Did that answer your question, Raju?
Yes, but what is the sign you are using before the else if condition?
What is the what?
What sign you are using before the else if condition? Starting with, yes, the symbol. What is that symbol?
So I had else if over here, right?
Before that, what is the sign? What is the symbol?
Like this symbol right here? This one?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the curly brace.
It is the curly brace of the previous code, right? This is not the new curly brace.
Yeah, here's the syntax. You have your if statement, and then immediately after that you have open and close parentheses, not curly brace. And your condition needs to go inside the open close parentheses. After the condition, your code needs to start with the curly brace and finish with the curly brace. So what that is, like, it's gonna look like this. You're gonna write if, and then open, close, and you're gonna put your condition. And then over here on the right side is where you're supposed to have the curly brace like this, right?
Mhm.
And then your code goes here. Okay. But instead, what you do is you put your cursor and hit an enter to bring this down here. Okay.
Okay.
Bring this curly brace down here. So you got a curly brace right there, and you got a curly brace right here. And your block of code goes in this line.
Yes.
So Java will start with this curly brace, execute block of code, or you can say code line, another code line, let's say. Okay. And then it's going to finish right here and move on to the next argument. Now, your next argument does not have to skip this and go to the next line. If this is part of the same logic, you should put your next if statement right here. You say if, and then you put the condition. But you would have to put that as an else if. Okay, if you say else if, that means it is another condition that's going to get checked, but it's going to be part of the same logical statement. And then you follow the same pattern. You have this open close parenthesis. You put the condition here. And then you have open close curly brace. You put your cursor there, hit a couple of enter, bring it over here, and then here's your code. Code line. Code line. Okay, and you can keep on doing this. You can have another else if right here. As many as needed. There's no limit.
No, I got it. That is the curly brace before the else if.
Yes. Right. Any other questions?
Yeah. So after condition inside the curly brace, can we write only the string instead of the code?
In the condition right here?
No, after condition in the curly bracket.
After the condition inside the
The
curly
curly-
braces?
Inside the curly brace, yes.
You can write any piece of code that makes sense.
No. I'm not talking about code, but instead of code, just the string.
Instead of the quote right here?
Yeah. I'm talking that instead of code, because the code is like sys out, print line, then the string.
Huh?
So I am omitting sys out, print line, just I write the, and that is the negative number, like the string value only.
You can write anything, Justy, to answer that. For example, if I wanted to ornament this, I could say you entered. I can add another one right here. And I can say you entered. Excuse me. And I can print it out to the user. And then with a plus sign, I could say user input. I can take that same user input and print it out here. And that works too. If I run this now, watch this. It's asking me enter an integer. If I do like say 100 and hit the enter button, it's going to go first say you entered 100 right here. and then print this one. There.
I'm sorry
enter.
that I couldn't let you understand the question. Let me repeat again.
Mhm.
So inside the curly bracket, you wrote the code. The total code is system out print line. Then in the curly bracket, you write the string plus another one code in input, right?
Mhm.
So my question is that this is the total is a code. So instead of code, I just want to omit the system out print line. I would not like to write anything like the system out print line, but only in the double column, you entered something like any text. So will it execute the command or not?
Meaning if you wanted to create a storage, like a variable string,
Mhm,
name, and then store Chisti,
mhm.
like that.
Yep.
Yeah, you, like I said, you can do anything. You can have the whole page of code right inside this, depending on your need. You can create variables. You can store variables. So far, anything that I showed you, everything can be done inside this block of code. This block of code has no limitations of what you need to do. But for this particular test, for this particular question, we just wanted to print out whether this is a positive number or negative number. So we didn't need to save anything else anymore. Make sense? But it's doable. Any other questions? Let's now clean this up. So in order to clean this up, I need to get rid of this. Control Shift F will align everything. Notice this step 3, respond to user what it is, also got covered in this if statement. All of this got covered. So you don't need that anymore. You don't need all the spaces. Really, your entire code is only a few lines. You only got, pull this to the right. You don't even need this pseudocode right here. And you can just have the question. That's the code. I'm pasting it into the chat box. Okay. Let's take a look at another example to clean this up of the if statement. One second. Having a little bit of a technical issue on my end, and one of the page froze. All right. Our next example, we're going to look at question number 2, which is, let me just print it out here. Sometimes you need to reset your window perspective because it gets all messed up, especially when I'm presenting. It just goes all over the place. So in the control statement, One thing I did not do is input.close. So I'm going to go in here. And that's why I got this error showing up saying, hey, you opened this input that stores a lot of space from your computer. You need to close this. So I take this input dot close and then save it. All those errors will go away. And that finishes that program. I'll go in here into this package and create another package, another class called example2. The question we're going to answer for this example is, this is a number 2 from the practice. And it says, take user input and display if number is even or odd number or neither. Okay. So what I would do is, first thing I'm gonna ask the user to enter an integer or any number. Integer is better for you right now. I don't want to make mathematical complications. I just want to teach code, not the math. So I would do sysout, and in here I'll write enter any number, any integer. And then next statement, I'm going to say scanner. Your choice. What do you want to name it? Proper name is either input. This time I'm going to call it reader. Just to tell you that this name does not matter at all. But everything else needs to stay the same. Scanner. And you write system.in. Semicolon to close. Hover over this error and import this scanner class. Now you have all the power to receive user input through the word reader. You go to the next line and say, before I ask the reader for the integer, I need to put the integer in somewhere. So I could need a integer putting place. So you type the word int and then give it a name. You can even call it a lowercase integer, but we'll just say user input. User input, meaning whatever the user inputted in there. And through this reader, because reader has all the power, I'm going to say reader dot next int. Close it. Right now, if I run this code, it's going to print this. This statement is going to create a reader. Reader is going to take the next integer from the user and put it into this place called user input. What do I do with that user input? And then what do I print it out? That matters now. All right. So here, if I try to find out whether this is an even number or an odd number, we know that if we take a number and divide it by 2, let's say if the user enters 5, okay, and I divide that by a 2, I'm going to get 2 point something. All right. Meaning I'm going to get a remainder. I'm going to get something, 2.5. But if the user enters, let's say 4, and I'm going to divide that by 2, I'm going to get the answer 2, and I'm not going to have any remainder, meaning I'm not going to have this 0.5. Okay. So based on this remainder, we can tell whether this is going to be a positive number, even number or odd number. Odd numbers, you will always get a remainder like this decimal. An even number, you're not going to get any decimal whatsoever. You're going to get a clean, solid number. So there is a symbol in Java that you can use that's going to give you this remainder only. So all we care about is remainder. Okay? So what if we take this user input, which we don't know, it could be 5, it could be 4, and divide that by a 2, and only take the remainder, only look at the remainder. We can tell whether this is going to be an even number or an odd number. So what I would do first, I would take this user input, and I'm going to, instead of dividing, there is a symbol called modulus symbol, which is this percent symbol. If you, instead of dividing symbol, if you put this percent symbol and then by a 2, this will result in that remainder right here, which is 0.5. Okay, and we can store that somewhere and then check later. So if I wanted to store this, I would put an equal sign on the left side, and I'm going to create a storage right here to put it. And I need to store this. Now, we don't know if this is going to be an integer or a decimal. If it's a decimal, it's going to be a double. If it's an integer, it's going to be a int variable. But because we don't know, it's safest just go ahead and put double, because it could have that decimal 0.5 or something. So I'll put it in a double and then say remainder, like that. Okay, and then semicolon to close it right here. What this is happening, you're taking user input and you're with this symbol, you're saying go ahead and divide it by 2, but don't give me the answer, just give me what's remainder. And then once you get that remainder, you're telling Java that go ahead and put it into this storage called remainder, and then we'll look at it later and then make a decision. Let's go ahead and check this out to see how this works. So if I debug this, I didn't put a breakpoint here. Debug. One example 1, stop, rerun, debug. Came to line number 11, run it, print it out, enter an integer. I enter an integer, let's say 5. Run it, went to this line, it's going to take this integer 5, hit enter, and store that 5 into that variable called user input. From this number 5, now it's going to get divided by 2, and then whatever the remainder is, it's going to get stored into this variable called remainder. So if I run it again, notice this remainder is a 1. Okay. If we got this 1 remainder, that means that this is going to be an odd number. Now take a look at this even number. Even number remainder is going to become a 0. But I'm going to change this up to an int and see what happens. I'm going to run this, debug this again. Actually, I can change the breakpoint, put it over here. Put it right there on line 15 to make it faster. Hit the debug. Java is asking for these things, and it will only stop right here on the breakpoint. Enter any integer. I'm going to do 4 and hit enter. Line number 15. User input is 4. It's going to divide it by 2, and whatever the remainder is, it's going to store it right here. So if I hit step over, let's take a look at the remainder now. This time remainder is 0. Any question on this remainder and how I get a 0 or how I get a 1 or 2 or something else?
So if the number is, the user's input is 5.4,
Mhm.
then
If
what
I
will
do
happen?
5.4, that's going to be type mismatch because the question is asking to enter an integer, but the user enters a decimal. It's going to be a type mismatch. Let's do it. Let's show you. So stop this one, run it. If I entered a 5.4 and hit enter, the system is going to break. It's going to say input mismatch exception. That means whatever was entered is not what was accepted or required. I will show you how to fix that later towards the end of the day today.
So instead of integer, int, if I write double, then what will happen?
Then this will work. So you could actually change this to a double.
Yeah.
Then it's going to take both. And then you have to change this one to next double. So if you go here, delete those parentheses, hit a dot, you will see next double show up. Take that. And this is probably causing an issue because I saved this result in int. Now it's asking me to put a double here. Now it's going to work. So if I run this, this will be just fine. If I say 4.5 and hit enter, it went in here and it did not break. If I debug this, 4.5, enter, goes in here, calculate that, it gives me a remainder. Remainder is 0.5. But I can also debug this for a even number, let's say 6, enter. Excuse me, restart. 6, enter. It went in here and run it. Remainder, notice we got 0. Okay, 0.0. This is just mathematics, guys. I just wanted to show you how we get the remainder here because we're going to need this remainder to decide if this is going to be an even number or odd number. But I hope you understood that whenever we get a 0, that means it's an even number. Whenever we get a remainder greater than 0, something else than 0, that's going to be an odd number. Any questions about that concept?
So that means the inputs must be integer, not the double.
You can. I mean, you saw that with double, it's working. But you see, I asked here, enter any integer. So if the user is adding double, it's just not consistent.
Yeah, that I understand. But if you put double, then if you divide by 2, the remainder should be literally by mathematics 0. But if it takes only the integer number, not any value after the point decimal, then the decimal will be remainder.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I'm not gonna go into the mathematics because this is not a math class. But what I wanted to show you, really, what I wanted to show you is the logic right here for that if statement that I'm gonna get to right now. Okay, so can we all agree that if this remainder is going to be 0, that means this number, whatever the user entered, is going to be an even number. So here's the concept. Remainder is 0. That means even number. Are we okay with that?
Yes.
And remainder is greater than 0. I'm not saying it's going to be a 1, it's going to be 0.5. I don't know. I don't know what that remainder is going to be, but it's not going to be 0. Or we could say remainder not 0. That works too. remainder not 0, then that's going to be odd number. Armed with this information, now you're able to code your stuff. Okay. Always you got to have that logic set first before you start your code or that if statement. So what am I going to do? I'm going to put an if statement with a condition. Let's look at the condition first. We're going to say 0, a remainder, if remainder is 0. So let's do this first. We're going to write this, take this remainder, put it in here, and we're going to put 2 equal sign, not 1, and then put the number 0. Any question on this condition? All I'm doing is converting this English into this Java mathematics that Java can understand. If this remainder comes out to be 0, then what do we want to do? We put it inside this open, close curly brace. Put your cursor there, hit and enter. You're going to notice that Java took this cursor, or Eclipse took this cursor, put it in the center, and took your curly brace all the way up here, ready for you to write your code. What do I want to do if the remainder is 0? I want to tell the user that you entered a positive, you entered an even number. So I'm going to say sysout, and in here I'm going to say that, or you entered even number. Okay. What if the remainder is not 0? Well, if the remainder is not 0, I can put an if statement, if, and a condition. Proper way to do it, you put else if, meaning saying, hey, it's part of the same block of code, else if, and then you put the condition here, and then say remainder is not equal to, which is an exclamation mark, and then equal to, and then you put the number 0. And then you say, here's my block of code. You put open, close, curly brace, put your cursor, hit enter, and say, I'm going to print out the opposite of that, which I'm going to say, you entered odd number. This was even. That is basically it. Okay, let's run this and see how this works. I run it. System is asking me, enter any integer. Let's say I entered 25. If I hit enter, it's going to go into this statement here and print out you entered even number, because this remainder came out to be something greater than 0. Let's debug it. Take a look at it. Enter any integer. So forgot to put a breakpoint. We'll put a breakpoint right here. Debug. Enter 25. Hit enter. I don't need a debug point there. Forward. Right here, Java. Comparing right now. Remainder, take a look at this remainder. Remainder is 1. Because remainder is 1 and not equal to 0, it's going to skip this and move to the next line right here. And now compare this one. Remainder not equal to 0. It's going to compare that. Because remainder is a 1, which is not equal to 0, which is a true statement, Java is going to move to line 25 and execute that line and have this. You entered odd number. Any question?
If I write the code else if in the curve bracket, remainder is greater than 0, can I write it?
You can also say remainder is greater than 0. That will work the same. So if I add an odd number here, 35, hit enter, it will still work. If I add a even number, let's say 50 and hit enter, you entered even number. Works.
That means it should be logical.
It's logical as long as you are logical. It doesn't have to be. That's why I say that not everybody's code is going to look the same or feel the same. You may think it differently. You might want to put this condition before and then put this condition later. Totally works. It's not bound by any particular type. But here, look, the most beautiful thing is it's like how smart you are. Okay, how smart you're thinking is gonna be. Your code is gonna reflect that. Okay. Now here's what I'm gonna show you. We already know that remainder can be either 0 or it's gonna be something else. If it's not 0, whatever that remainder is, we don't really care what that is. We go ahead and print out we go ahead and decide that that number is odd number. If we do that, do we really need all this condition right here? This is extra typing. It's completely not needed. You could have just taken all of this out and just leave it as else. And that will be the best, smartest, simplest code you can write. You are graded. If I look at your code as your manager and I see your code is the simplest possible way you wrote is how you wrote it, then I know that you are an expert. You are much smarter than the other developer, the other coder. But if I see you wrote a whole lot of lines to get one thing done, then I know that you are going through hoops and loops and you're probably a beginning coder. Okay? Take a look at this. I'm going to run it now. It's going to still work. I'm going to say 12. It's going to say you entered even number. I can enter 13 and run it. Excuse me. 13. You entered odd number. Really no condition needed because Java only looks at this one. Is the remainder 0? If I debug it and say 13, Java goes here, compares, and notices that 13 gives it a remainder, and remainder is not 0. Therefore, it's going to skip this line and move on to this anyway. So if I skip it right now, it's going to go into this else statement because this did not get executed. He is going to execute this. And then if I run it now, finish it off, it's going to print out you entered odd number. With me so far?
Yeah.
Any other questions before we take 5 minutes break? Let's come back at 11:30, so 4 minutes. We'll do switch case. While you're on the break, I'm just going to go ahead and clean this up and post it on the chat box. See you in a couple of minutes. All right, let's see who's back. That's great. All right, now we're going to talk about switch case statement. How this works. What this does is it executes a block of code based on one variable, single variable. So you pass the variable, basically. Either it's a user input into this switch machine, and the machine will check and compare and do it for you. So here's how you start. It's kind of like the switchboard. I don't know if you saw it in the TV, sometimes in the movies, these a bunch of women sitting on their phone and they have this plugs. They get these phone calls and then they're switching the phone call to a different line for government agencies or something. That used to be the case back in the old days when they didn't have this call transfer system, but no longer happens. So it's kind of like that. You switch, or your light switch. You flip it on or off. That's kind of thing. So you start with the word called switch, all lowercase. Remember, Java is always lowercase. Switch. Okay. And after you use the word switch, you're like, okay, what are we gonna switch? You put this open close parenthesis. Okay. Same thing like if statement. You wrote the if statement and you have this open close parentheses. And then immediately after that, you're going to have the open close curly brace. This pattern is going to stay there with you from everything else I teach you. So tomorrow's class, when I teach you arrays and collections, we're going to be using same curly brace patterns, same system. When you go to methods class, I'm going to show you that we're going to be using this same pattern right here. By the way, you probably already noticed this Java main method. This main method, it has this open parenthesis, close parenthesis, and then it has this open curly brace and a close curly brace, and the entire block of code is inside that open and close curly brace. So we're following the same pattern that I'm showing you right now for the if statement and the switch statement. Okay, so how is a switch different from if statement? Well, switch is different because switch, you are not going to put a condition here. You are actually going to pass a variable here. Okay, the variable is going to go inside this open close parenthesis. And then the block of code, entire block of code is going to be in here. Inside. Okay. How are we going to place this block of code and which one we're going to run, which one not? That depends on what case it is. So if you write the word case and you put a value in here, if this variable matches this value, then the next piece of code is going to get executed. So you put your code right here. Code block. Okay. You do the same thing again. You take this whole thing, you keep repeating as many times as you want to. You write the word case and you put the value. If this value matches this variable, then this piece of code will get executed. And as many times as you want to do that. Now, what if the user entered something that doesn't match with this value, doesn't match with this value, and you can't even think of what it's going to match with? There is something called default, kind of like the else statement that we have. Instead of writing else in if else statement, where that piece of the code will always get executed if the other pieces don't get executed. This one, it doesn't use the word else, it uses default. After you write default, you don't put any value because you don't even know what the value is. You write your code block here. Okay. Now, one thing you have to do, switch statement is not smart like if statement. It doesn't know when to stop. Okay. Meaning, if let's say you added a variable, suppose you added 5, or user gave 5, and you have 5 right here, 6 right here, and then you don't know anything. Java is going to come in here and compare and see if case number 5, if does that match with this number 5, and then he's going to go in and execute this code. Java is still going to come back in here after executing this code to check to see if it's 6 or if it's 5 again or not, and go through every single one of these. You don't want that. That's not very efficient. Not a good thing to do. Sometimes Java will see this is 5, will execute this code and continue executing everything else. But we don't need everything else. We only need it where it was 5. Therefore, you have to tell Java to stop if it matches. And that word is called break. You put the word break like in every single one of these steps. And that's how you have to do this. You have to break. You just don't need break on the default because that's the last thing. There's nothing really to break. But if you added the break here, it won't hurt you. It won't throw any error. But the standard is don't need a break right here. But every one of these needs a break. I'm going to show you how we're going to use this in real world right now. So let's take a look at this example where we're going to be this is the question where we're going to take a user input from the user of the number of the day and then tell the user whether it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, something like that. So the question says, take a day of the week input from user and display which day it is. So let me show you how to code that. I'm going to create another class, save this. Example 3. In this example, here's the question. Let's try to understand the question. Take a day of the week input, meaning day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 from the user and display which day it is. So suppose we're going to have something like this. We're going to say Monday is 1. Or let's make this interesting. If a user enters Monday, we're going to say Monday is workday. If user enters Tuesday, excuse me, we're going to say Tuesday is called day 2. Okay. Similarly, if user enters Wednesday, we're going to say Wednesday is hump day. I don't know why they call it hump day. Maybe it's like the camel has those humps, and Wednesday is like the middle of the week. It's kind of like going up and down. Thursday, if user enters Thursday, we're going to print out saying Thursday is, it is Thursday, like THIRST, thirst day. Yeah, just for fun. But the whole idea is I'm going to show you how we're going to do this kind of task with this. And if they entered Friday, we're going to say Friday, or say it is fried day, like you fry something. Saturday, it's going to be, it is weekend. And Sunday, we're going to say it's fun day. And if the user does not give any of these, we're just going to say, so neither, we're going to say not a valid day. Okay? So we'll cover all of that. Now, what we're going to do, first thing first, we're going to take the user input and let's see what the user provides. So what do I write first? Go ahead and open your mic and tell me. Is your participation?
Reach
It's
out.
out. Okay, print out, please. Or I want to write less because so that you can
Enter
see
any day.
better. Yeah, enter
Any day.
any day
Any
of week. Sounds good?
of the week.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip the da because then this whole thing goes like all the way to the right, and I have
I
to zoom
know.
out, and you won't be able to see better. So I'm trying to keep this as short as possible with a bigger font that you can see. But when you write your code, go ahead and make it all fancy and looking nice. The sentence and grammar, check that. It will be nicer. So
That's fine.
this is gonna be printing out this part, enter any day of week, and you're expecting it's gonna be either somebody's gonna type in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Sometimes they can type in something junk, who knows. But anyway, we got that. What's my next thing? What's the next thing I need to think about?
Scanner.
Scanner.
You need to plan ahead. You know that you need scanner to get the input from the user. So you could just say input equals
Equals
new
new scanner or
scanner.
new
Good job.
system dot in.
System.in, semicolon close, hover over, import scanner. Done. What's the next thing?
String.
String.
String. I like it. I like it. You're already thinking that I'm going to take string Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I got to store somewhere. So there's your string storage. What do you want to name it? Your choice. No right or wrong answer.
Day.
Yeah.
Friday.
Awesome. You don't want to say Friday because we don't know if they're going to enter Friday, Monday, or something weird. They could type their name in there. Who knows? But what we want here, we want to store is day of the week. Actually, to make it more fancy, more descriptive, you want to say day of, notice camel case, of the week. This would be in test automation. We would encourage you to keep your variable name. Whenever user reads this, will know exactly what's stored inside it. day of the week.
Mhm.
That will be a better descriptive name. Now what do I do? I said equal to input
Input. Dot.
dot
Next.
just next. Notice
Mhm.
if I zoom in here,
String.
if I just
It
say
has
just next, it has that string thing in there. That means if you want to get string, just use that method called dot next. So we're going to use that dot. Hit enter, close, I am done. I get the user input here that gets stored in this variable called day of the week. Now, what do I do with this day of the week is what we're going to be doing next, which is based on all of this right here. Okay, so imagine we got the user entered something and stored right here, and we're going to take this day of the week and play with it and figure out what we're going to do. You're welcome to use if statement right here. No problem. You can do this whole thing with the if statement. You could say if, just like this, and there's your code. You could go inside this bracket and you could say if day of the week and put it right here. And you make a comparison. You want to say, how am I going to compare this? Anybody remembers?
Compared to
Remember, this is a string. So if I put a dot, what happens? Look at all this.
Double equal.
Double equal only works for numbers, but I like that you at least thought about it, Parveen. I'm really happy that you said that.
Mhm.
That's a good try. That means you're active. That's good. Double equal only works for numbers, but this is a string. This
Equal.
will be a
Dot equal. Dot equal.
dot equals. Yes, dot
Equal.
equals. But wouldn't it be better if we say dot equals ignore the case?
Yeah.
What if this user enters a capital letter somewhere in the middle or something? Java is going to be all messed up and give you a wrong answer. So the best option, this is heavily used in test automation, by the way, dot equals ignore case. Always use dot equal ignore case. Don't use equals because not the best way to compare it, because that's not going to take the case in consideration. You would say dot equals ignore case. Dot equals, excuse me, dot equals ignore case. Take that one. And then over here, you put in whatever you want to call it, Monday. Monday. You can just write it lowercase at this point. So if the user enters, which is day of the week, got stored right here, dot equals ignore case is going to compare this with Monday. And then if that comes out to be Monday, then you can say print out, say, what did we say? Monday is work day. I take that, copy that. I put it in here inside 2 double quotes and paste that right there. I want to run it and show you that it works. Here I run. Here's that enter any day of the week. And let's say I enter Monday. I'm going to do a really mess up like M capital, O lowercase, N capital, D lowercase, and then A capital, and then Y lowercase. It's still going to work. If I hit enter, that code got executed right here, got checked. It was true, went in here and said Monday is work day. That Monday is work day got printed out. No problem with that if statement. But I'm not going to show you the if statement right now. I'm going to show you a new way to do it. It's called switch. So I'm going to delete, or now I'm just going to block it. And take a look at this. So if I block that and I want to use switch, it's easier for this particular situation at least, because the string makes it easier. I would write switch, open close parentheses, and it's waiting for you to give a variable. Variable means something that can change. Want to take a guess what variable I'm going to put in here? Anybody?
Day of the week.
Day of the week. Correct. That day of the week, we don't know what that is. Whatever the user gives you, we're going to take that day of the week, copy that, put it right here. Now Java looks at like switch. Okay, what are you going to switch on? Day of the week, whatever that day is. If it's a Monday, we're going to switch it to a Monday. If it's a Tuesday, we're going to switch it to a Tuesday. All right. Now it's like, where's your code? Here's your open and close curly brace. You go inside, hit an enter, and this is where you write your code. So what you first do is you write case. The word case, you're going to see it light up. In here, your first case, if you can either put a number if you want to, it's going to compare this day of the week with the number. All right. But we're not putting number. We're taking the day of the week as Monday, Tuesday. So you can say case. What if somebody use Monday? Then you put that word Monday. Okay. Let's say Monday. And then you put a colon, and now your code goes right here. You can immediately type your code right here, which is system.out Monday is workday. Like that. But it takes up a lot of space right here, so nobody really does that. Everybody write their code right underneath that. So you hit it, enter, and bring it down here. Looks nicer. That's the standard way of doing this. Now, guess what? This is also going to work. I don't have to write anything else anymore if I don't want to. But that's not the nice way to do this. Look at this. Run it. Asking me enter any day of the week. And if I hit Monday, M-O-N-D-A-Y, and hit enter, it worked. Monday is workday. But watch this. It's not going to work now. I hit enter. Nothing showed up. Why is that?
Case sensitive.
It is case sensitive. When I put in Monday with the capital M, it went in and compared with capital M. But look, my answer. It says I put in a lowercase m. So lowercase m did not catch into this part right here and then did not get executed. Let me just show you. I'm outside the switch case right now. I'm going to go outside, and in the end, I'm just going to write here end of the, or the end, just to show you that the code came right here. And I'm going to put a breakpoint right there and debug. It might need me to. Okay, let's see if the debug is working. Enter any day of the week. I'm going to hit lowercase Monday. Hit enter. Yeah, I need to reset perspective. And then rerun it. Debug. Bring this window here. Put Monday. Come on. Causing some issues because I messed up with the windows. Stop that. Run it again. I gotta close this. So many windows open. Stop it. Debug. Enter day of the week, Monday. There you go. So it's right here. This day of the week is Monday. If I step over, it's totally skipped all of this because that Monday did not match with this Monday and went to the end part. And if I run it, it's going to say the end. But if I hit capital M, if I debug it again, I keep forgetting to stop the executor and then I have to debug. asking for Monday. And if I do MONDAY with the capital, it went in here. I step over. It noticed that my Monday was matching with this Monday. Now it went into this area right there. And then if I step over, it's going to print that Monday is workday. And step over, it's going to say the end. Now it works. How am I going to handle this issue right here? I don't have a dot equals ignore case that I could use like that if else statement. How do I handle this? Any idea? Anyone want to take a shot at it? There's not one
Sentence.
way to do. There's many ways to do this. One way to do this is this right here, day of the week. If you notice, we remember from the previous class, this is a string. So if I put a dot, I can change it to something. Why don't I change it to lowercase? Remember that method, to lowercase? What just happened is no matter what the user added, uppercase or lowercase, now this will become a lowercase. And then the switch is only going to take the lowercase version of that. And all your cases here, you need to convert it to lowercase. That you don't put in any uppercase, then it's not going to work. Now, if I put in a lowercase or uppercase, it doesn't really matter. It's going to work. Watch this. If I run this, it says enter any day of the week. I'm going to mess it up really bad. MONDAY. And if I hit enter, it's still going to say Monday is workday because this whole Monday will get turned into this lowercase. And then it's going to take that lowercase Monday and compare it with this lowercase Monday that I have here. Now, if I had uppercase Monday, that's going to mess up because if I run it now and I put all lowercase Monday, hit enter, it's going to go to the end and not execute this because it convert my stuff into lowercase. I put it into lowercase, but it's trying to compare with uppercase M, and that's not going to work. So when you convert it to lowercase, always make sure your choices, the cases right here, is Monday, all lowercase. Any questions so far?
So can you put dot equals in your case?
You cannot do dot equals ignore case because if you do dot equals ignore case, you have to put in what are you comparing with. And switch does not take any comparison. Switch only takes the variable. And that's why you cannot put that in here. Okay. You cannot put that in here either. This is your case 1. Okay. So what if I have, well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of these, right? I'm going to have a whole bunch of these. I'm going to have a Tuesday in here. So I want to do Tuesday. And I copied this extra, sorry. You notice a whole lot of errors just popped up because I deleted something here. Deleted something I shouldn't. Here's the switch bracket, so I have to be inside in the switch bracket. I'm going to write another switch statement for Tuesday. And because it's a string, I put it into double quote, Tuesday. So if user enters Tuesday, I put a colon and I put my code right here. And this time we're going to say Tuesday is day 2. Suppose. All right. I'm still inside this parentheses for the switch, run it. It says enter any day. Let's say I enter Tuesday. I hit enter. It tells me Tuesday is day 2 and the end, so it's working. What if I enter Monday now? Look what happened. Java went in and looked at Monday and saw I entered Monday. It printed out this Monday is workday, but it did not skip this one. It ended up executing this as well and print out right here, Tuesday is day 2. Well, I did not say Tuesday. I don't want that to be printed out. So
You have
switch
to
is
put
not
word.
correct.
Mhm.
Switch is not intelligent enough to say, hey, this worked, skip the rest, like the if else statement. It doesn't do that. It's not smart enough. Therefore, you have to add a break. You have to say, okay, if somebody writes Monday, execute this statement right here and don't go any farther. Just exit. Exit it out. The exit word is called break. If you add the word break and a semicolon close, Java will break this switch and not go any more and going to step on the next line of code, which is line 39. Now let's run this. Watch this. Run it. If I use Monday, Java printed out Monday is workday and skipped this Tuesday thing and then moved on. So that's why it is important that every block of code, right when you're done with the code for that case, put the break statement and then move on. So I'm going to add a whole bunch of these now. This is Wednesday. Wednesday. And in here, I need to do this in lower. I can say Wednesday is hump day. Okay. I'm going to stop right here. You understand that this is going to repeat itself. You're going to keep on doing it until Sunday. All right. I'm not going to do the whole thing. But what if the user entered something other than this? What's going to happen in that case? You can leave it like this if you want to, which is totally fine. Like, let's say if I run this and I put Thursday or Friday, but there, you don't have a switch for Friday. If I hit enter, it's just going to go to this the end and then do that, print out that. But what if somebody's like fooling around with your program and they write something like this? My name is Stein. Instead of really typing anything that's part of the week, a day of the week, is typing something ridiculous. Well, you want to make your program a little more intelligent. Instead of saying the end, you might want to say, hey, that's not a valid day of the week. But it's not going to do that right now because it's going to say Stein. If I write my name is Stein and run it and hit enter, it's just going to go to the end and say the end. It's not smart enough. In that case, you're going to need something called default, D-E-F-A-U-L-T. If you ask me, you must have default in every little switch. Even though if it works, you tell me, oh, Stein, I did it without it, it worked. Don't tell me that because your boss is going to look at it. If you don't add as a default, he's going to know you're an amateur code. You're entry level. But if you add a default, he knows that you're thinking deeper and making this a little more fancy, and he's going to respect you more. Over here, you should say, hey, I did not find Monday. He did not write Tuesday. He did not write Wednesday. He wrote something ridiculous. I'm just going to say, hey, you did not write what's expected. So sys out over here, I'm going to say that is not a valid day. Okay. Or valid input for that matter. Now default does not need a break because this comes always last. You don't want to put this in the first. It's always going to be in the last. If I run this now and write something ridiculous like hello world, I was just so happy I wanted to write that. If I hit enter, it's now going to go into that statement of the default and say this is not a valid input. Default will only get executed if none of this match. If any of this match, it will break and exit. Okay? If we run this again, if I put in Wednesday and hit enter, it's not going to go to this default. It's going to skip the default automatically. It's going to go to Wednesday and print out Wednesday is hump day, and then it's going to go to this statement and say the end, and then be done with it. This is how a switch case works. Questions for switch case before we move to loop?
No.
Anybody else? Okay. Always take this input and close it. So your last statement should be input dot close. Save it. Hit Control Shift F to align your code so that they look pretty. Notice they're all aligned right here. Looks wonderful. And I don't need this part right here. That was there for explanation purposes only. If you like to put a little bit of a line space to chunk out some of your code, it's a good idea, like this. Showing this switch case is one piece of code, this was another piece of code, and this was another piece of code. And then now take this and submit to your boss or for that test automation that you have to do. I'm just going to paste it. Let me paste the question as well. So I'll paste all of this here into the chat box. And you can copy it there for if you want to. But don't try to type in while I'm typing in because you'll be lost. Okay? Let's go to loop. Now, I am going to use the same code right here. Okay, this time I'm going to use same code for looping purposes. What does that mean, looping purposes? Well, what if, let's say if I run this code and it's asking me enter a day of the week, and I say Raju. Well, Raju is not the day of the week. And it says this is not a valid input. Well, I got that it's not a valid input, but don't stop. Give me a chance to go ahead and write the name of the week again. Give me one more chance. It's just like hands down and telling me, forget it, go home, guy. I'm not going to work with you. Well, that's not how it works. If you go to an ATM machine and you put in a wrong PIN, it's going to probably ask you a couple more times. If you forgot your username and password and you went to a website and let's say your email, you put in your username and password and you got your password wrong, it's not going to shut it down and say, sorry, go home or the end. It's going to say you entered it wrong or this is an invalid password. Go ahead and enter it, again, maybe 3 times. And then it's going to say, sorry, you've done too many tries. You need to call the customer service to unlock it. Okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to actually rotate this asking thing several times until it really works. Okay. And then really we're going to go in here and and do this execution. You know what? I'm thinking I'm just going to create a new one, a new test case, um, a new example. This is going to be too much with all this code that we have. So we're going to use this example for, yeah, I'll show you this one, but towards the end, let me explain something easier for the loop to understand first. So what does loop do? Loop executes a block of code multiple times based on a particular condition. The condition has to be right. Condition has to be true. Condition. So if the condition equals true, execute the loop or repeat the code block. If condition is false, exit. Then exit the loop. Don't repeat the code. Okay. How is it written? Well, it uses the keyword called for or do or while. Okay. So there are three types of loops that I'm going to show you. One is the for. It's called a for loop. Let me say it this way. Three types loops. One is for loop. The other is called do while loop. And your interview questions are going to be like this. How many types of loops? What type of loop do you mostly use? Kind of like that. They will ask you. And there's called a while loop. Okay. There is another one called for each loop. I'm now going to teach you that. I'm going to teach you that maybe tomorrow with something else that I have. So this will be later. There's more loops out there, but this is all you're going to need for each loop later. Okay. Let's take a look at this for loop first. How do we write for loop? Syntax is you write the word for, same thing like an if statement. You have open, close parentheses, and then you have open, close curly braces. Your condition goes here, same thing. And your code block or block of code goes here. Now, obviously, you're not going to write it like that, but you're going to bring it down here so that it's more readable. And then you bring this parenthesis down here. But if you did want it to write like that, that's okay too. But you can only fit like one line. It's going to get so messy. But this is what the syntax is. Okay. Now, this condition is a little bit different from if statement condition, it actually has 3 parts. For a loop like this, the condition must have 3 pieces, 3 parts. Part 1 is initialization. I'll explain that. Basically, when do you want to start the loop? When to start the loop? Okay, that's what that means. Part 2, when to stop, which is called condition. The really stop condition. This is where you put the condition technically. And basically what that will do is when to stop it. If you don't stop it, it will keep running forever. When to stop it. And part 3 is incrementation. Or decrementation if you want to, but I'll just say incrementation for now. I don't want to confuse things. This is like the condition for each rotation or each cycle. All will come easy for you shortly. So how am I going to write this? Basically, you take this syntax and instead of this condition, you break it down into 3 pieces. This condition is going to become 3 things. At first, you're going to have that first part, which is initialization. You put a semicolon. You put the condition or stop condition, like when to stop. And then put another semicolon and put incrementation here. Okay. Now, none of this is going to make sense until I show you how this is done. But if you can just make sure that you have these 3 things in there, and I'll show you how to add those in there, that will solve your problem and you can keep on repeating this. So how about we do this? We take we use the if statement if the to print out some numbers just to practice first. Very simple. So we go in here and do example 3 or 4. Close the debug window, example 4. We say practice loop or example 4. Go 4. Do that here. Suppose the question is asking you, this is number 9 on that practice question, by the way. It will say like this. Print even numbers from 0 to 100. How are you going to do that? Let's see. So we can close this out. Not needed. Open up some space. Probably don't even need that. Just close that. I can start by saying 4. Open, close, and do that. In here, I'm going to have 3 things. Initialization. I'm going to initialize. Always, 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 you can memorize this if you want to. It will never change. Always create a variable and give it a initialize value, a initial value. That's called initialization. So you create a integer called int. Always use I as the name of that integer where you're going to store that value. Put an equal sign and put a 0 or a 1, but typically most people put 0. Okay, that keys is initialization. What you're doing is you have initialized a variable with a 0, and you're saying, I'm going to start with the 0 first, and then I'm going to count how many times I did rotation, I did this code, and then that's how I'm going to do the mechanism. Second part is that condition when you want to stop it. You want to take this I, whatever that I is, and you want to say, I want to stop it when it's equal to or less than 10. Let's say I want to, oh, this one says print even numbers to 100. I don't know how to do that yet. Let's just say, I'm going to say less than or equal to 10 for now, and then see how it comes up. And I'm going to finish it off with another incrementation, which is I'm going to increment, meaning increase this number value of this I 1 or 2 times. Let's see how. You've probably seen on my first class I showed you, if you take the I and you add 2 plus sign, what it does is it's going to add 1 to this I and keep making this I bigger and bigger by adding 1 to it, number 1 to this. Okay. Now, Control Shift F to organize this a little bit. What's going to happen is each time, and let me close the Eclipse and reopen because I really need the pen tool, and my pen tool stops working. It works everywhere else. Let me rerun this. Maybe I need to do this. And that, and then rerun it. Yeah, it's working now. So Java is going to go in here and he's going to store this 0 into this variable called 1, I. It's a type was int. And he's going to go in with this 0 first and then do everything right in here. And then look at this parentheses, curly brace. He's going to end it right there and he's going to come back up. And in here, he's going to go in and first thing he's going to do is now increment it to a 2. This 1 is going to become a 2. And then he's going to make a comparison right here. He's going to look at this I. He's going to replace this I with the 2. And then check to see if 2 is less than 10. If this comes out to be true, he's going to jump back in here and then do all this code again. And then change this 2 to a 3. And then go back up here and then do it again. Check again to see what this is. Now the 2 is a 3, so this I is a 3. He's going to check this right here and then see if 3 is less than a 10. If this is less than a 10, he's going to jump back in here and then do that. And he's going to keep on doing this over and over and over and over until this incrementation becomes, let's say, 11. When this is number 11, Java is going to go back up here. And at that point, so let's suppose this I is equal to now 11. He's going to go back up here. He's going to jump to this piece right here. This is only executed once. The first time you write this, this is done. So no more Java is not going to look at it anymore because I is no longer 0. it has been incremented, meaning added 1 to it each time it did the execute the block of code. So now let's say it's 11. He's going to come back up here. He's going to look at this I is like 11. So he's going to do this mathematical comparison. Is 11 less than or equal to 10? This will come out to be false. If this comes out to be false, he is no longer going to execute this, and he's going to exit out and move on. So whenever this condition is true, he is going to continue doing this code, whatever you write in here. And when this condition becomes false, he is going to jump out and move to the next line of code after this for loop. Any question about this mechanism? Okay. So it says print number, even numbers from 0 to 100. Why don't we just print numbers from 0 to 1 first and then see how that works? So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to change this to a 100. And I'm going to go in here. I'm going to say sys out. And I'm going to print the number. But I don't need to print the number myself. You know what? If you don't use the for loop, how would you do this? This is how you would do this. Sys out. You would print 1. And then you would need another one of this. And you would write 2. Or sorry, if you wanted to print 1 to 0, 100, 3, 4, 5, you would do it like that. I'm going to run this and show you. I'm going to block this piece of code so that we don't run it. If I run it now, it's going to run these 4 lines. Notice it ran these 4 lines. Number 1 was 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. But whenever you find that you are repeating the code, that's not an efficient way to do this. That's a lot. You're going to have 100 lines to print this 100 numbers. That's not efficient. That's the time when this calls for a good loop so that you can loop through and minimize your code. You can actually do this in these 3 lines right here. So I'm going to block out this one. Watch this. Just by activating this, now I'm not going to write 1 right here because I'm not hard coding data. I'm actually going to use this integer value I, and I want to copy that and paste it right in here. If I run this, first I'm going to run it, then I'll debug it for you. I'm going to get all the way up to 100 and then stop. Watch this. Take a look at this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 100. And then it stopped. If I debug it, put a breakpoint right here. Go to debug perspective. Can I pause? I don't need that. Debug. It's waiting right here. First step, so it's getting initialized. So if I now step over, it went to the next step. Look at the value of the I right here. It's right now 0. So keep your eye on that. And this 0, because it got initialized in 0, currently in 0. And I'm printing that I right there. So it's going to print out that 0 right here. So if I run this, there's that 0. Okay. Now, What just happened is the value of the I now will get executed by this command, which is I++, meaning it's going to add 1 to that I, make it into 0 plus 1. It's going to become a 1. So this value is going to change now to a 1, right? So watch this. If I run this, notice that this I is no longer 0, it became a 1. Java went back in here and tried to execute this statement. Because the value of I is now 1, he's going to print out this value of I right there, and that's going to be 1, and that 1 is going to get printed out right here. So if I run this one more time, there's that 1. Executor just jumped back up. Executor now went back up here. He took that 1. He's comparing with the 100. Is it less than or equal to 100? The statement is true. He's going to jump back up here, down here, and then print that after incrementation to a 2. The 2 is going to get printed out. So if I keep on doing that, notice all of this is getting printed out. Now I'm going to change this to a 10 to make it simpler, and we're going to stop this and debug. There's that 1. Look what happens towards the end. There's that 8 and 9. And let's take a look at this. The value of I is now 9. Java is replacing this with a 9, and 9 is less than 10 or equal to 10, which is true because it's less than 9, less than 10. And he's gonna move on, but we did print out that 9, but now this increment 9 is going to become a 10. So that's where Java is stopped right now, that this is 10. He's making a comparison that is this 10, and it's also true, not less than but equal to true, so it's true. Execute, went into this line, execute again. I got the 10. Watch what happens now. I is 10. He's now making comparison. Is 10 less than or equal to 10? I was 10, but it's going to get incremented to 11. So he's actually comparing with 11 right now. And since 11 is not less than or equal to 10, it's going to totally skip this step and then move on and not have any more numbers here. It's funny how this executor displays. Notice the executor moved to line number 18 and skipped it. Any question so far? I know it's really kind of very difficult to wrap this in the head how it's working out, but as you practice, it's gonna get easier for you. Any question? How am I gonna print this even numbers? Here's what you can do. You have the power to change a lot of things in here. We know that this is gonna print 100. So if I write 100, it's gonna print it. Run it, print it. What if your condition was wrong? You made a wrong condition right here. Let's say what if you said equal to negative, equal to 0, let's say. Now, let me do this. Change this to a 1. If I change that to a 1, this 0 won't get printed out right here. It will start printing out from 1. So that's one concept. If I run this again, it's going to print all that 100. Scroll all the way up, no more 0. It will start printing it up from 1. So you can change that to anything you want to. You can change it to 10. It will start with the 10 and then print out the rest. If I change it to a 100, it's only going to print 100. And then that number incremented will become 101 and then stop printing anymore. Now, if I do 102, this will never execute. As you can see, it's blank. I'm going to switch it back to 1. What if my condition was wrong? What if I don't put a good stop condition? Like if I say equal to 0 or less than 0. If I put less than 0. Well, I is 1 and it's going to become 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. It will never reach this condition called less than 0. If your condition is wrong, this will never stop. It will continue going forever. You can actually use this concept if you hate somebody, your friend or something, or your enemy. You can create a loop and send an email and mess up right here. You could be sending infinite emails to fill up the inbox. You could do some serious damage to that person's mailbox. Not telling that you should do that, but I'm just telling you. So this is very powerful. Watch this. If I run this now, it will not stop. It crashed. It did not even put anything for me. Let me do this again. Run it. It crashed. It's not typing anything because it's going to take up a lot of memory space and do this. It's not going to work. But if I change this to a 10, he'll be very happy to do that. Right there. I did not use equal to, less than or equal to 10. Therefore, it only went up to 9 and then it stopped. Because 10, it's not less than 10. Therefore, 10 did not get printed out. Okay. Here's the other thing. You don't have to increment. You can decrement. What if I wanted to print out from 100? You can change this to 100 and say, I want to decrement. I want to say 100, 99, 98, 97. You can do that. You can change this to a minus minus. So we'll start with 100 and then take away 1 from 100 each time and go down instead. And when you want to stop, I would say stop when you reach 0. So I could even put this condition here, equal to 0. Okay. I could do it like that. Now if I run this, it's going to print. It's not liking this condition right here for me. IntelliJ allows me to do that, but Eclipse is kind of strict. So let's say less than 0. I put less than symbol. Run it. I don't know why it's not printing out. Let me save, reset perspective. Too many things going on in here and Eclipse cannot handle it. Move this here. I'm going to start with 100 and decrement and start printing out until it's going to stop when it's less than 0. So run. Folks, I don't know why this decrement is not working, but it's supposed to work and it works all the time with the other editor, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I won't be able to demo you this because it's not working, and I really don't know why it's not working at this time. But any questions about this? Now, let's go back to our original question. How do I print out 100 all even numbers? Here's where you can tweak it. Let's make sure it works. I may have to restart this. Look, it's working with the increment, but decrement is not working in here. Okay. So I want to make that an equal. I got this 100. I don't need this 99, 97, 93. One thing you can do is you can add 1 to this. Whenever you're printing out the I, you add 1, and it's going to print out. If it's a 0, it's going to add. Let's see how this works. It added 1, but it didn't do anything. But where I would change this here is right here. You can change this one too. It doesn't have to be just like that. You can change it, say I is equal to I plus 2. I plus 2. I want you to understand what we're doing here. Whenever this value is this, let's say 0, that 0 gets placed right here. And with that 0, this 2 is getting added. So 0 plus 2 becomes a 2. That 2 gets assigned to this. And that 2 gets printed out right here. Okay? And then moves back up right here. So now the value of the I is 2. That 2 comes back up here again. This will become a 2. This 2 will get added right here. Answer is going to become a 4. That 4 is going to get stored right there. And then that 4, you add the 2, it's going to become a 6. The 6 is going to get stored right there. The same thing is going to keep on rotating, and it's going to keep on doing these increments of 2, and you are going to print that out right there. So always it's going to be 2, the 4, the 6, the 8, and these are going to get skipped. Okay, so watch this. If I run this now, notice we got the 0, the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and so forth. Now, you can bring this concept in here as well. It gets a little more complicated, but it's best way. I don't even want to show you that. We're just gonna leave it like this. You can change this to a 3 if you want to increment it to a 3 with this part and run it. And it's going to increment it by 3, 6, 9, 12, and so forth, and change it and move it on like that. So the correct answer for this question is going to be like that. Any question on that?
Yeah, here the condition should be, the first condition should be 0 or any even number.
Yes. So usually, I mean, if you want to start this with a 2 is fine as well. But if you added a 1, this will throw things up. Notice if you add 1, change this 0 to a 1, now you got all the odd numbers. Because it started with this 1. That 1 got right here. 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2 got added. That became 3. And then that 3 got saved right here. And then got added a 2 again, is 5. So if you start with an odd number, you will always get an odd number. If you start with an even number, you will always get an even number with this mechanism here. This is how for loop works. Now, I can use a different loop than for loop. The second type we talked about was a do while. This do while loop. And that works the same way as well. It's a little bit different syntax, but works. So I'm going to show you how to do it in a do while loop. I'm going to close this off in a second. Do while loop, you have to have your initiation first before you write the do while loop. So your initiation or a variable, I'm going to call it a new variable called int counter equals 0. So this condition right here, you have to write first separately as a line. Then you write the word do. Then you have this open close parenthesis because a curly brace because you're going to write your code right here. And then at the end, so this is your code block. And over here you write while, and this is where you put your condition. Let me go to the notes because it's much simpler to explain there. And then number 2, do while loop. You first write initialization. Meaning where to start. Then you write the word do, and then open close curly brace. You put your code block here. And then you write while, and over here you put your condition. And a semicolon to close. That's what we're going to do in here. We wrote our initialization. We created a variable called int. We have this variable name called counter, and we put 0 inside that variable. We're starting with that. Now, in our code block, here, we're going to write this system.out. And we're going to print out the counter. So whatever is inside this counter, we're going to print out. Over here, you're going to increment on the very last line. And here, you can take this incrementation, same idea right here. I equals I plus 2. Instead of I, we're using the variable called counter equals counter plus 2. And in this condition right here, we're going to put in this condition, which is the same as that. I is less than or equal to 100. Put it right here, except we're not using I, we're using the variable called counter, so you can change that to a counter. Okay. If I block out this code here, run this, I get the same answer. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. What happens is first, this is 0. And then counter stores that data as 0. When Java comes here, Java sees the do. Java is like, okay, I got to do this. I got to do this first. Then I'm going to compare this to decide if I want to do it again. So Java goes in here, prints out this counter, which is 0. Okay. He goes down here. He takes the counter 0, puts 0 right here, adds the 2, gets the number 2, stores this number 2 in here. Counter becomes a 2. Now the counter no longer 0, and you can't even find counter as 0. He comes in here, while statement, looks at this number counter, which is 2, compares and checks to see if it's less than or equal to 100, which is a true statement. He jumps back up here again. Okay. Now he's starting with the counter 2. He goes down here. He's like, I need to execute this statement. So he prints out that 2. That 2 gets printed here. He goes to the next line. This line says, take the 2, take the counter, which is 2, add 2, whatever the result, which is 4, save it into counter variable. So now this 2 became a 4. Let me erase that. This became a 4. He repeats. He goes up down here. Erase that part. He goes over here. He's like, this is 4. Let me check. Less than 100. Yeah, that's true. He's going to jump back up here and then keep on doing this until when this number is, let's say, 100. He's going to go up down here and then check 100. Yeah, still true because it has the equal sign. Okay. And it's going to execute. But when it becomes a 101, this whole statement becomes a false. And he exits this whole loop and moves to the next code below. Any questions on the do while loop? Now, if you forgot to put this condition, incrementation, then this number is never going to increase. That means this number will never stop printing. I want to run it and see if it allows me, because it should, or it's going to crash. So if I run this without this, if I block this out and run it, oh, look at this. It's 0, 0, 0, 0. It's keep on going. It's not stopping. It could really damage my computer that way. I'm just going to shut it down from here. So if you get an experience like that, that it's just keep on printing, you probably forgot to put some sort of increment or something missing in here. Okay, or your logic over here or condition is wrong, and that's why it's happening like that. Okay. Any question about do while loop? If no questions, then let's take a look at.
If you can solve it with for loop, so do you really need to do this do while loop?
You don't. You only need one, and it's personal choice.
Okay.
Whoever prefers whatever. So that's why this homework you might use any different kind of loop, and that works. Number 3 is while loop. While loop doesn't have the word do. And you will see a little bit of difference in that. While loop, you have the initialization first. You have to initialize just like the other one. Meaning, where do I start? Initiation means start. And then after that, you need to write the word while, and you put the condition. And then you have your curly braces and you put block of code. Okay. And obviously in your block of code, you must have your incrementation. So don't forget initialization, condition, and incrementation. If you forget any one of those or mess it up, it's going to become an infinite loop forever. It will run forever. So let's take a look at a practical approach for this same example. So if I do a while loop, I would start with the loop called while, or the word called while. But before that, I still need to use this initialization. So for my initialization, I'm going to use a different variable because I don't want to have a repeat variable, or I could even use the same variable. Don't want to confuse you. We could say number, the word number. and we initialize it with 0. The number starts with 0. Then I write the word while. If you write the word while, you have to put the condition right after. Notice we wrote the word while later on this one, but while is followed always by the condition. So you have to put the condition here. And I can just copy the same condition right here. Counter equals less than or equals 100, except this time we're not going to use counter, we're going to use the word number. Whatever you got here, you got to use it here somehow. And after that, you put open close curly brace and you go inside, and over here you write your block of code, but you also have to have your increment decrement here. The block of code is same. It's going to be this. Except not counter, number. Then you have to finish it off with incrementation, and that incrementation is the same logic as number, or we're saying number equals, you take the number and add 2 to it each time, and then it's going to save it. Now if I block this code and run this, let's make it odd number. So I'm going to say, or incremented by 3. We're going to increment it by 3. Run it. Notice 0, 3, 6, 9, 12 got incremented by 3 and then ran all the way up to 99 and it stopped. It got to 103, but that was less than 100. We're only accepting less than 100, so it stopped. Any question on the while loop? Again, personal preference. I don't know if you notice that there is a fundamental difference in this. Sometimes you may need Java to don't even worry about this condition and at least execute this once. And only then come here and check this. So if you have a do while loop, it's telling Java, I don't care what the condition is. I want you to do it. Go ahead and execute this no matter what the condition is. So Java will at least do it once. And then look at the condition. And then decide whether I want to do it again. But while loop is opposite. While loop is like tells Java, hey, first you check the condition. If this is true, only then you print this out. Otherwise, don't print it at all. I don't even want you to execute this one time if the condition doesn't match. Okay? That is the fundamental difference. If you want me to show you how I can do that, here, let me cook up something. So suppose I have this counter is 0, and I'm going to say less than 0 here. Watch this. Now we'll block this code off. I'm going to make this less than 0, which it will never be. Counter will never be less than 0 because we're increasing it right here. It starts with 0, but it's still going to print that 0 out. If I run it, it printed out that 0, meaning it went in here and printed out that 0. But it didn't print out anything else. It stopped because then it went in here and said 0 is less than 0. I'm now going to do it again. But at least it did it one time. If I did that same thing down here, it's not even going to print that 0. If I change this condition to a less than 0, Java is going to first come here and then look at this number, which is 0, and then ask himself, is 0 less than 0? It's going to be like, no, this is a false. Therefore, it's gonna skip this and skip this, not even going to print this 0 out. So if I run this, it printed out nothing, empty. Any question? Okay, that was a lot. You guys need a break, or should I continue? Anybody needs a break?
Can you please post it in the chat?
Yes. Let's take 5 minutes break, come back. I'm going to show you now an example. I think that we're done. There's one more concept that I can teach you some other time. We're not going to be using it, which is the this piece right here. Where did I write that? The ternary operator is really not needed for this homework, and I can teach you this when we get to Selenium. But these three things are needed. Now you know all the kinds of loops. I'm going to use, when we come back after the break, I'm going to show you how to use this if statement and this loop statement together to come up with a code where we're actually going to check user password, username and password. We're going to mimic the same code that ATM machine uses, or any kind of bank account or any email account you have, and you try to put in your username and password. How do they handle that? I'm going to show you after you come back after the break. Let's come back in 5 minutes. While I print this thing out for you guys. Here's the notes. And here's the code. All right, who's back? Hey, I see Raju is back. Who else? All right, I'm just cleaning this up a little bit. I'm gonna leave it. Close this, save it, go in here, create another example called example 5. Example 5. And just gonna make this up a little bit. I don't know if I have this question in there. So actually I do. Let me just copy that question, number 14. By the way, if you're curious to know where I'm getting this from, it's from that particular class, these class examples right here. So I'm going to take this number 14, and I'm going to do this. It says, continue prompting the user to enter a password until the right password is given. So we're going to only look at that little piece of the password thing. So I'm going to copy this question here and go to Eclipse. And print it out here. Okay. How is it going to be done? Whenever you write a code, you need to think about piece by piece, what do you need to do? First, for this particular piece, you need to ask the user for a password. So first thing first, if you try to think about too many things all at once, you are never going to be able to finish it. Now, is it a good idea if you took notes and broke it down into pieces and write what we called it pseudocode, UDO code? It's going to be a very good idea if you write the pseudocode. So what will be the pseudocode? Pseudocode A, step or step 1, ask the user to enter a password. Okay. Somebody want to give me pseudocode step 2? What will be the step 2?
Username.
So when the user enters the username, I mean,
Oh,
what do we
okay.
do?
Yeah.
So this is ask the user.
Clear the
Then my thing
password.
is, after we ask the user, we need to take user input and store it,
Mm.
Storage, yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. After we stored it, what do we need to do? Step 3.
Display.
If you want to, you can, but look, what it's doing is it's saying continue prompting the user to enter a password until the right password is given. So at this point,
Validate the password.
validate, correct. Validate the password, meaning is it correct or is it not? So this is where, who can tell me, I mean, what kind of Java statement do we need to validate here?
Boolean.
Statement is like what I
Oh,
taught
string.
today. If statement, case, switch
Oh,
case, loop, or what?
If.
If, yeah, you can do if. You can also use switch if you
Switch.
want to,
Also,
TCH.
while.
Also, you need a loop,
Mhm.
right? Why? Because if he entered something not valid, what are you going to do?
Will
You're
continue
going
until it is right.
until it is right. You're going to ask them again. But you also need to stop at some point, even though the question is not asking you to stop and repeatedly keep asking. We're going to stop it at after 3 try, okay? We're going to try asking 3 times and then we're going to stop. So we're going to validate the password and then provide a prompt. At that point, step 4 could be, I don't know, I'm maybe adding extra step here. Really not needed. Step 4 could be, I don't think step 4 needed. So your logic here is step 3. If the password is correct, then print the word good, or you can say access granted. Access granted. The next situation, what could be the next situation? You always need to think about what can happen. What else can happen?
If the password is incorrect.
If the password is incorrect, correct. The next
Mhm.
situation is incorrect.
Mhm.
You need to think about all the possibilities. See, that's what engineers do. Engineers think before they do it. They visualize all sorts of scenarios in their mind before they start coding. And honestly, I mean, you all do that. You all think about the consequences of your actions in your real life before you actually make a decision of what you want to do with your life. Or every day, the little steps that you make, you think about it. That's the same thing. We think about what are the possibilities of these answers that or input that we're going to get from the user. First situation, if the user enters a correct one, we're going to say access granted. If they enter a incorrect password, we're going to then say
And
print access denied.
that's denied. Mhm.
Okay. And we're going to repeat this. Is there any other options, any other possibilities that can happen?
Reached maximum numbers.
Reach the maximum number of try, right?
Yes.
So break.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
but
keep asking until reached
until 3.
3
Try.
times or
Take
4 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So break when it's 4. Reach 3 tries, 3 tries. And then on the number 4, break it and say, at that point, you might want to say 4 tries and then print sorry. Goodbye. Any question about this? Anything you want to add to this? Or are we okay to proceed with that intelligence? Okay. So now, go ahead, yell out. How do I ask the user? Come on, tell me the code. Just tell me, and I'll type. You already know the first part.
System.out.println, enter a password.
Good job. Next
Then
line.
scanner input.
Mhm.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Come on.
New
In,
scanner.
in,
New
in,
You're
scanner.
new input.
New scanner.
So
New
new
scanner.
scanner system.in.
Yes.
Mhm.
Understand, you're gonna get an interview over the phone, and you're gonna have to tell them these pieces of code. So you're gonna have to read it like you're telling me what to write right now. So it's a good practice if you participate in this. So I got this now. I got, what's my next step?
Spring.
No, I have
Mm.
to
String. You have to make it.
string.
take,
Yes, yes.
you want to take the
Storage.
password, store it where? Store it
Yeah, storage.
in string.
String.
Okay. Give it a name.
Password.
How about user given password?
Yeah.
User.
That's
Okay.
good.
User given password. And how am I going to get it? How do I get it from the input field, like this console? What do I write here?
Input
Correct. Input
dot
dot
string or next.
next.
Next, yeah.
Input dot.
Next.
Correct. Any questions so far, guys?
No.
No.
Good job. Good job. So we got this input from the user as the password, and we're going to store it right here. Now, this part I didn't give you. In the computer system, you already created a password, and that's stored like this. String actual password. Is ABC123. With me on that? This is
Yeah.
already your previous password that you already created, so I have to store that as well. It's stored somewhere already before even user does all of this. Now you got the user input and you stored it on user given password. You are going to compare this user given password with this actual password, and that's that validation part right here. Validate the password. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. How are we going to validate this? And we're going to do this.
If
How about we do if statement, okay? Let's
Mhm.
validate it. If, notice I didn't even talk about the loop yet. Don't even go there. If you try to combine two pieces of code all at the same time, you won't be able to do it, okay? You have to do one piece at a time and then start adding. Like, think about a Christmas tree. How do you put up a Christmas tree? If you think about a Christmas tree all at once, it's going to be so nerve-wracking for you. Oh, how am I going to make that Christmas tree beautiful? You have to think it one step at a time. First, put up those trees, then put the lights, then put this. Then on that same Christmas tree, you keep adding and adding and adding, and it's going to get better and better and more beautiful. We're going to do the same thing. We're first going to start with this logic, then we're going to ornament it with the loop and then see how that works. So we're going to say if, let's go into this condition. What am I going to compare here? Come on, tell me.
user given password.
User given password. We take the user given password. What are we going to say? It's not number, so I cannot really say equal to. I cannot
Yeah.
use this symbol.
Mhm.
What method? What string method? If I put a dot right here, what string method lets me compare a string from last weekend's class?
Equal.
Equals ignore case.
Equal.
Dot
Mhm.
Oh, no, not ignore case. It's only equals.
only equal.
Equals. Mhm.
Why is that, Raju? Why not equals ignore case?
Because the password may be used with mixed
Number and
uppercase or number,
Mhm.
uppercase or lowercase. It should be
Exactly.
case sensitive. It should be case sensitive.
It should be case sensitive. You don't want to ignore the cases. If somebody created a really cool password with like uppercase, lowercase mixed up to make it very complicated for a hacker to break it, you want to make sure that you compare case by case and that it is totally exact to make it foolproof to allow access. Therefore, this is one situation where you don't want to say dot equals ignore case. You want to say dot equals
Mhm.
and compare the cases as well. What am I going to compare here with?
User given password.
The given one.
Mhm.
So I took the user given password and I said dot equals, and Java
Oh,
is waiting me to say who are you going to compare that equals with.
Input.
The input is the user given
.NET.
password.
Oh.
We got the user given password from this input
actual
and we
password.
stored it right
Actual
here.
password. Actual password.
Correct. You want to take this user given password and you want to check, which is dot equals, to check
Mhm.
with this actual password to see if it matches. So you
Yeah.
take that actual password and you put it right here.
Mm.
With me so far?
Yeah.
Aren't we comparing what the user gave with what the actual is?
Yeah.
Do you remember going back on my first classes where we how we design our test cases? We compare with actual and what is expected.
Mhm.
Right? So let me change this wording. Often you will see these wordings get changed. You can say this is actual, meaning this is expected password. Okay.
Expected.
And instead of user given password, we're going to say actual or displayed password or given password. Okay. But usually it's called actual. Actual is what you found. Actual password. So you're going to compare the actual password, which is going to go right here. And you're going to check whether it's equal or not with the expected password, which is this, and I'm going to copy paste it right here. That's your test case 101 on day one when you formulated those test cases. Your job is always what is expected in the requirement and what was given or displayed or found. And you write that as actual. Actual means found. Actual means not what is expected, it is what is found. I often do write displayed word. I write it like this, displayed on the website, displayed. And I compare the actual with this. If you understand this piece of code, you have already put your foot in the door of test automation engineering. You are already successful because everything else I'm going to teach you over the next end of this course is just going to make you stronger and more intelligent in Java so that you get that respect when you walk in that door in that company. But I promise you, if you understand this piece of code right now, you're already an test automation engineer because you are comparing this with Java. Okay. All right. Now that we got this if statement out of the way, let me change this back to actual. Java is waiting for you to put this curly braces and put a block of code right here. He wants you to do something. What are we going to do if actual password is the same as expected password? What are we going to do here?
Result.
Mhm. We're going to system print out, say, access granted.
Mhm.
Okay. Voila. You're in. We're in business. But what if it doesn't?
We put else
I could
statement.
just say else. That's it. No more. I don't need to put any more condition here because if this doesn't work, whatever else it is, we
Mhm.
don't even care what it is. Just go
Mhm.
ahead and print what?
This out again.
Is this out?
Access denied.
Access denied.
Mhm.
Correct. Access denied. Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe just to make a difference, warning
Yeah.
is denied. Just a little bit like that. Let's run it and see if it works. Okay. So we're gonna run this, and it's printing out right here. It says enter a password. I type in a password. Let's say a right password first time. So I'm gonna say ABC123, and if I hit enter, it says access granted, and we're done. If I run it again and put in wrong password, my name, Stein, and hit enter, it says warning, access denied. That piece got activated. Okay. Nothing new about this if else statement. All right. What if, but it doesn't ask me again, does it? Does it give me 3 tries?
No.
It doesn't. So we need to bring this element in. We're almost done. This is done. This is good. It's working great. It's supposed to print it out, but we wanted that add that one more thing that it's going to ask me 3 times if it's wrong. Okay. How are we going to ornament this Christmas tree? All right. Let's look at our code first. These 2 last parentheses, curly braces are part of the program, so don't mess around with that. Don't get confused with this one, with these 2. There's always going to be 2 that ends. Always hit a few enter to move them away. Otherwise, you'll get an error that you have to resolve. Move them away. You have to ask yourself, what are you going to repeat? Okay? What are you going to do? And how are you going to do it? Well, you have to put in a start and stop. Okay? Now, let's organize our code here. Does it really matter where I write this piece of code?
No.
Doesn't really matter. So you take that and put it at the very top. That does not need to loop around. Okay? Do I need to loop around this?
Yes.
Correct. What if I want to keep asking that, hey, that wasn't a right password, try again. I need to loop around asking again. So I need to loop that. Do I need to loop this to take the user input again and
No.
store? If you don't put this code again, it's not gonna allow you to type here again. Always understand that this piece of code, this input.next, allows
Yeah.
the user to type in here again.
Yeah.
Each time you run this piece of code, it will open up this keyboard for you and will let you type. If you don't repeat this code, it won't let you type at all. So that means you also have to repeat this piece of code. Okay?
Okay.
You obviously have to repeat this code, access granted or access denied. Yeah. So to me, it seems like you have to repeat this entire thing. And when we went to our notes and we said, first we write our statement, like let's say if I do while loop, we initialize, we do the do, and then we put the block of code. That is that block of code. Whenever we said block of code, that's that whole thing. This whole thing has to be repeated over and over 3 times. Now, I can use any loop you want. What is your preference here? And you can use any one of them you want. I'll just show you with one of them. Anybody has any preference?
Which?
We don't want to do switch. Switch is the same thing as if,
Oh,
but
okay.
we want to
No,
do a
no.
loop.
Oh, loop.
Raju,
If
for loop, you can do it.
for
with
yes,
any-
sorry, for loop is better, I think.
Yeah, so there's 3 loops right here. One is called
Yeah.
for loop. One is called do while loop. Memorize this because this is what recruiters are going to ask you about it. And you need to know what these loop names are. One is a for loop, one is a do while loop, the other is a while loop. So any one of this is going to work. But you wanted me to do for loop, I'll do for loop.
Okay.
So I'm going to understand this is my piece of code. So why don't I do this? Let me go ahead and hit an enter and set up the for loop first. You set it up and then you bring this code inside the for loop, which I'm going to do it last. So here's my for loop. I'm going to write for, open close parenthesis, open close curly brace, go inside. This is my structure. I set up the structure first. Then I'm going to put in the cream. This is the bone. Now I'm going to put in the meat. Here's the meat. Always start right here. What do we always start with? There's 3 pieces right here. What's the first piece called? The first piece is called initialization.
Mhm.
How do we initialize it? We create a variable called int. What do we name the variable? Letter, what
Input.
letter?
Oh,
I
I
equals 0. I want you to memorize this because this will never change. I always want you to start with this I. Don't start with 1 or any other number. Just always close your eyes and write I equals, int I equals 1. You are creating a storage for I. Why don't we name it a fancy name? Can I name it a fancy name? Like say Stein? Sure, you can. That will work too. But industry standard, don't mess around with it. Nobody needs to know what this variable is because it's not a meaningful variable. You're just using this variable for counting this. So who cares? Just call it I. Okay? That's your initialization. This is how you're going to count how many times you're going to repeat that to the user. Next thing is when do I stop? Now, this first part and this last part is always, always, always easy. The last part, you just take this I and you put 2 pluses.
Plus. Mhm.
Okay? So I want you to understand, you don't need to use any of your brain of up until what I did right here. No brain needed. You just repeat yourself every time you have a for loop. You close your eyes and you write this for, and then you have this open close and this first part. I do the same thing. I don't even think. That's when I take like a few seconds of brain relaxation when I'm typing this because I don't even use the analytical ability. I just type int I equals 0 and then I put I plus plus. I'm done. This is where in the center is where you have to use your analytical ability. When do you stop? When do you stop when this I value is?
I
So you
equals
have
to
to
4.
say, I want
equals
to
to.
stop when good job. I equals to, don't ever use equal to, don't ever use greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. You are gonna mess up. This is, I'm teaching you from my life experience. Does it work? Of course work. Will you be able to make it work? Unless you are a math genius, don't even try. I have seen for loops getting repeated wrong ways and getting wrong answers, sometimes infinite loop, which will break your entire project that you're going to be working on. So never,
But
never, never use any other symbol other than just less than.
less, yeah.
Got it? So this part also does not require your brain from now on. Anytime you have a for loop, you know you're going to say I is less than. Not less than or equal to, but less than. Not greater than, not nothing.
Mhm.
This is where you need your brain.
Mhm.
You know you're going to repeat 3 times. Don't put 3. Always put one more than 3, which is 4. That's the only thing you need to remember. If I ask you repeat 3 times, your number is going to be 3 plus 1, 4.
Mhm.
This will always work clean and simple, and it won't mess things up for you ever. And you don't even have to experiment with what if I did equal to right here. Is it going to work? Yeah, but you and I are not math genius. So don't go there. Just leave it as less than 4. Okay?
Mhm.
Now you copy this code block. Any question here before I finish it off?
No.
Okay. You
Uh,
copy. Yeah, go ahead, Raju.
yes, actually, we didn't specify the I.
Storage. Mhm.
That
What do you
means
mean?
it will try 3 times. What is the link with the that means it is
I
going
know what you're
to
saying. I know what
it
you're
is
saying.
going to try 3 times. So what is the connection between this loop with the previous codings?
Very good question. I was gonna bring you to that. So you are right, and I'm actually trying to do it in a dirty way and then take you close to relationship to how it's gonna work. If you code it like this, what Raju is saying is that this will run 3 times regardless of whether the password was correct or not. I want you to see it because I want you to see the effect. So I'm going to take this piece of whole code, I'm going to cut it off from here, and I'm going to go inside this belly, inside the belly of this for loop, which is this line, and I'm going to paste it right here. And I want you to take a look at this effect. And Raju is right. And I did it on purpose because I want to do it in a dirty way, then clean it up. And that's like the Christmas tree. I just added one layer of code on top of it to see how it works. Then I'm going to fix it as I go. And if I don't like it, I'm going to change it up and then fix it up. Now, if I run this, watch happens. He went in to this piece right here, input. Please enter. So Java is right here right now.
Mhm.
Obviously, my pen tool decided these are free tools and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You just kind of have to work with it. Epic Pen, come on. Stuff froze.
Don't worry about the pen. We can still understand.
My computer is freezing out.
Mhm.
This is not good.
Just cut it off.
Yeah, too many things got run and I can't type anything.
Oops.
And this is not good. I may have to end the meeting and re-log back in. Because this is the only thing that I could actually use as a task manager to fix this. It got overloaded. Give me a few minutes to fix this. See if I can fix. Yeah, nothing works. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do a hard stop, meaning really shut down the computer and start back up because this is not letting me type anything, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Can you all